So, welcome back to the new year, everyone. Madam Clerk, it looks like we have a quorum. Are you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well, welcome everyone to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates is absent. Councilmember Jimenez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you read the closed session agenda, please?
Yes, this evening during closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Richmond Shoreline Alliance, Sprawl Deaf Citizens for East Shore Parks, Sunflower Alliance, and Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice versus City of Richmond. Under Public Employee Performance, title is City Attorney. Under Public Employee Appointment, the title is City Attorney. And we have one person that would like to address the council.
Okay, and you can add me to the list. I'm going to make a statement also. Thank you. So go ahead and call the public speaker.
Our first speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a comment on the first item on your closed session. And as a community member, first of all, my name is Tarnell Abbott, and I have lived in Richmond, I think, for 30 years. And I'm very concerned that the city the community has brought lawsuit against the city for relating to the way that the public was not allowed into the process on this item. And so I would really prefer if the city just wouldn't fight us on it. Let's just get this thing settled. I think that we can do it. And then we can move on. And that's what I just needed to say. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mayor Tom Butt.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be speaking on item C2, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, City Attorney. At the last City Council meeting on December 21st, 2021, Interim Chief Assistant City Attorney Heather McLaughlin had been appointed by former City Attorney Teresa Stricker as acting city attorney for that meeting. At that meeting, Heather McLaughlin, presumably supported by a city council majority, electronically locked me out of a portion of the meeting so that I was unable to perform my charter designated duties of presiding over the meeting and voting. I understand that Heather McLaughlin's motivation was based on her opinion that I had a conflict of interest. Without debating the merits of her opinion, with which I disagree, there is no statutory authority for a city attorney or a city council to force an elected member or mayor to recuse. That is the elected official's sole prerogative. During closed session, I will be demanding a public apology from Heather McLaughlin. If that doesn't happen, I'll be looking at other options. Thank you. So with that, we are adjourned to closed session.
LaShonda, are you there?
I am.
You want to test your screen now?
Sure. You sure? I was like, who's saying my name? 1 second. Hold on.
Saw you, Mary.
Thank you, Richard. I just got home, so now I'm gonna go grab some dinner. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Hi, Sharon. We see you.
Just testing it out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Richard, can you see this?
Yes, we do see it.
Okay.
Want to switch this one screen? Just see.
Yes, I'm gonna go all the way through. What did I do here? See, this is good. Okay, I did that. Bear with me all.
I like your font size. You did good.
Thank you. I can go through it right now if people are interested while we wait.
There is a YouTube audience and Zoom audience watching this.
Oh, never mind. Sorry. They might not be able to see. We may not get to it tonight. Let's see. Okay.
Yep,
Thank you. So it looks good. Thank you so much.
no problem. Okay, Brian, go ahead and put back the rules PowerPoint.
We're a little early, Madam Clerk. This meeting can't start until 6:30. Is that right?
You are correct.
Okay, so everybody can cool their heels for about 26 minutes.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Nat Bates, trying to bring you in.
Yeah, it looks like I'm coming in.
Thank you.
You gave him too much time, Tom.
Madam Clerk, it looks like we have a quorum. You ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome everyone to 2022 and to the first meeting of this year. The regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Jimenez. Vice Mayor Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin. Okay, Councilmember Willis? Mayor Beck?
I'm here.
Okay, let me just check again. Councilmember Jimenez, are you here? Councilmember McLaughlin? And Councilmember Willis? Okay, they are absent for a roll call.
Okay, would you play the public comment instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, Deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde y la secretaria municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
The next item is conflict of interest. Does anyone have a conflict of interest? I don't see any. Next item is agenda review. And I have several items the clerk informed me of. Q6 is continued to January the 18th. 0.4.f is continued to January 18th. Q2 is continued to February the 22nd. And P1 is also continued. Any other items? Councilmember Willis.
I think this is redundant now. So I was just going to state that I wanted Q1 to be moved up after we adopted the consent calendar, but P1 has been continued. So that's going to happen anyway. So never mind.
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask that you repeat the items that were removed and such? Yeah.
Okay, Q6 continued to January 18th. These are all from staff, okay?
Okay.
0.4.F to January 18th. Q2 to February, continued to February 22nd. And P1 continued indefinitely. Apparently the parties are trying to resolve their differences.
Which was that last one? I'm so sorry. I'm missing some.
P1, it's a public hearing on a design review board appeal.
Oh, got it. Got it.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes,
according
go
to staff, P1 is being continued to the 18th.
P1 is what?
Continue to the 18th.
Continue to the 18th. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Any other changes to the agenda? Okay. I don't see any. Next item is report from city attorney of final decisions made during closed session. You're muted, Dave.
So the closed session items, there were 3 items. One was a litigation matter involving Campus Bay. And there were 2 items involving the city attorney. One appointment, the other evaluation. There was no reportable action on any of those 3 items.
Okay, thank you. Next item is report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the Richmond City Council. As you are aware, the COVID variants are increasing and becoming extremely contagious. The number of people testing positive for COVID is increasing worldwide, as well as right here in the Bay Area. Within the city of Richmond, unfortunately, positive cases amongst city staff are also increasing, which is causing a higher than unusual temporary vacancy rate. Therefore, we ask for your patience during this time as we continue to find ways to balance keeping our staff and residents safe while providing important essential services to our community. Department directors are being proactive in addressing COVID-related issues as they also think about service provisions and staffing levels. In addition, staff are also finalizing a COVID-19 booster policy for all city staff that will be distributed in the near term and are in communication with Contra Costa Health Services to find ways to work collaboratively regarding city staff access to testing kits and booster appointments. Once again, we thank everyone for their understanding in this matter, and we will share information and provide updates as necessary on the city's website to ensure the public has up-to-date information as the pandemic continues to evolve. I also want to note that we have 2 upcoming community activities that are of note. Community workshop number 3 for the potential vacant parcel tax is scheduled to take place on January 12th at 6 p.m. via Zoom. For more information, you can visit the city's website or call 510-620-5407. The city of Richmond is analyzing a potential vacant parcel tax to support city services for blight abatement, code compliance, and general revenue enhancements. Your input is vital in helping us lead to a more equitable and sustainable public decisions. Once that community workshop is completed, we will return to City Council with an update and seek your direction. Lastly, we have a wonderful event that always is a joyous occasion in our community, and that's MLK Day of Service, which is scheduled on Monday, January 17th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at 16th and Ohio. Please join Urban Tilt, Friends of the Richmond Greenway, and other partners in the annual Dr. Martin Luther King Day of Service at Unity Park, located at 16th and Ohio. The activities will include mural painting, tree planting, welding, seed, native pollinators, and flowering. We will also be caring for bioswales, and there will be kids activities. The time again is from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's a free and fun family event. For additional information, please contact Urban Tilt at greenway@urbantilt.org. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next item is abatement report from the Public Works Director.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, staff, KCRT, if you could pull up the presentation and commence the slide deck. This particular report does span from about Thanksgiving, I believe, actually thereabouts, maybe early December through last week. Next slide, please. We did do some cleanup at the 7th Street area. This is actually a trash capture device before, and then the next slide will reflect after. You can see a stark difference there. Quite a bit of debris was removed from that device. Next slide, please. We did experience during the storm events some localized flooding, and as you can see, it's a result of debris collecting in those particular areas. Next slide. So staff goes through a process of removing the debris. Next slide. Nevin Avenue was a pretty significant effort during some of the recent storm events. You can see the before pictures, and next slide will reflect after. There's also a car that was abandoned and had experienced some fire that was removed from that area as well. Next slide, please. Illegal dumping around the city, 261 tons were removed citywide over the last month. Next slide. And 6 encampments totaling a little over 29 tons. Next slide. And you can see the totals here, totaling 290, almost 291 tons over the last month between illegal dumping and encampments. Next slide. Some of the other areas that we were engaged, the vacant lot near downtown, 7 tons were removed there. Next slide. 220 tags removed in over 140 locations. Next slide. And some of the partners that were involved in this effort, BNSF Railway, the county's core group, and Veolia Water, who is our contract operator for both the wastewater treatment plant and the sewer collection system. And with that, I'll field any questions you might have.
Any questions from council members? Councilmember Willis.
Thank you. No, thank you, Director Leach. That's actually very exciting to see how many tons and how much got cleaned up. So thank you for everything that you've done, and the department as well. One thing that I did want to mention, I'm blanking on the street, but off of 23rd Street, and I'm sure there's more areas that are potentially like this. I did notice some folks that didn't necessarily seem like they were all the way well, but they were ripping up cardboard and shoving it down the storm drain. So I just wanted to make you aware of that in case there's any issues that come up, that's something that I've been noticing, that people were disposing of trash like directly into the storm drain. So just wanted to make you aware. So if there's any strategies that we can do to mitigate that or figure out how to deal with that or what the potential impacts are, I'd be glad to hear them and see what actions we need to, further actions we need.
Yeah, I appreciate that information, Councilmember Willis. I think the best thing you can do is report it to any staff, location, address, so that we can get either our staff, city staff that can get it out of the system, or Veolia, who's responsible for maintaining the piping for the stormwater system. So yeah, the sooner that we know that information, then we can respond accordingly. But thank you for that.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Director Leach, for your work and, you know, the work of your staff as well. I don't really have a question. Mine's is also, and I'll be sure to send this to you in an email. I just wanted to make sure that I said this publicly so I can let the individual construction company who's dumping at the Nevin Community Center know that we see you and we know what you're doing. And we're going to put our staff on that, so that way we can stop all of this illegal dumping that's taking place at the Nevin Community Center. And we have video footage of this construction company using the Nevin Community Center as a dumping site.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, I also want to thank you for the great work that you've been doing. And I know that it's a difficult time, especially during the time of COVID, when so many people are stuck at home and not out and about. I know that we have difficulties with problem properties. And I know that there is one on, I believe it's on Central Avenue, or Center Avenue in the Pullman neighborhood. Are you aware of it, and what sorts of measures have you taken to clean it up? It's a house that continually has garbage in the streets, and there's complaints of people doing car repairs in the driveway. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know specifically of that address, Councilmember Martinez. I know if it is at what we would consider a hotspot, where it's a recurring visit by either abatement staff for areas within the public right-of-way or code enforcement staff within private property, that I suspect that is on their radar, but I will confirm with them.
Okay, yeah, it's received a lot of complaints, and I know that the city has been working on it. I just, was wondering if there were other measures that we could take in order to solve the problem. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez, we can work with code enforcement and send an email update to the city council.
Okay, much appreciated.
Any other questions from council members? I might add that that if any members of the public want to comment on the last three reports, they are welcome to do it during open forum. So with that, we will move to open forum. And Madam Clerk, would you put me on the end of the list for open forum speakers, please?
Okay, yes, we will.
And go ahead.
Open forum. I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask the city clerk to put me on at the end as well. I don't care if I go before or after the mayor.
Okay. And Ms. McLaughlin, you have your hand up. Heather McLaughlin.
Yes, sir. So I just wanted to apologize formally in a public setting for the confusion with the mayor last council meeting in the closed session, where it appeared that he got locked out. And I certainly did not mean to lock him out. I was just trying to juggle everybody and get everybody in. So it was purely a misunderstanding, and I apologize for the confusion and the angst that that's caused. So never my intention to get involved with political decisions and things like that. I just want to stick to the law and being the lawyer. So my apologies to you, Mayor, and I hope that it won't happen again, because I'm getting better and better at handling the Zoom.
Thank you, Heather. Apology accepted. Okay, any other, anything else from council members before we go to public forum? Okay, go ahead, City Clerk.
Okay, just to remind the public, open forum is an opportunity for the public to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. You may also use this time to comment on the city manager and the public works director's reports. If you wish to speak on an item listed on the agenda, please wait for the item to be called for discussion before you raise your hand. And I just wanted to remind the public to please keep your comments respectful. This meeting is live. It's a live recording and is being viewed by many, including very young people. Thank you. And now we'll move on to our speakers.
We have a group of 4 speakers currently. The first speaker is Mark Mossberg, followed by Naomi Williams, Jeff Ritterman, and Katrinka Rutt. Mark Mossberg, you may begin.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Stimulus Johnson was promoting a communist named Maxine Waters. She was out there promoting hate and violence against American citizens. Tell them to go home. They're not wanted. If you see them in the stores, if you see them in the parking lots, tell them to go home. Promoting hate. That's what she was doing. But Johnson didn't say that. He was trying to make her look like she was some type of saint. All she is a bunch of garbage. That's all she is. And she was stopping our freedom of passage. So Johnson, you're just an idiot, man, over there promoting a communist. What about TOPA? You was in on TOPA. You wanted to legalize sideshows. And you supposed to promote safety, stand up for our constitutional rights. If it wasn't for the RPA, you wouldn't be on that city council, fool. You're over there promoting a communist. But you didn't want to say that. You're trying to make her look like some type of saint. And all the other lawmakers out there in Congress and in Richmond and all the other Democratic Party. Yeah, just wait till I get my 501, Aguado. I'm going to make you look like the stupidest son of a bitch that ever walked the face of the earth. We're going to have a debate because you think you're going to be mayor. The people are going to realize how stupid you really are. By watching all those videos, you can't even understand a damn thing. The mayor has to interpret almost half of the things that you need to know. Everybody's talking about how dumb you are. You're going to lose your ass, dude. Because I'm going to tell you something right now. I know I'm going to take Valley View. I'll take most of the annex. And I'm going to get most of the black vote. What you're going to get. You ain't going to get nothing. And I'm just waiting, man, for this time to come around. Because I'm going to tear your ass up, man. Because you're too much of a coward to have a debate, fool.
Your time has expired.
Let me warn people that now that campaign season is apparently open, that campaigning on at city council meetings is not allowed. So I think that Mr. Wasberg was pushing it a little bit, but from now on we'll be a little more critical.
I love Maxine Waters.
Go ahead and call the next speaker.
The next speaker is Naomi Williams. You may begin.
Good evening. I'm Naomi Williams, and I'm from my neighborhood. What I really want to say is you have an interim city manager, and I don't know why you guys are going to go out and try to find another person to sit in that seat when she's so experienced in all phases of the work that you're asking her to do. So I would suggest you save the little money that you're going to go out and to find another city manager that do not know this city the way she does and put her in there to give her chance. She's been here for what, like 17 years or something? And I've been here with her and I've noticed how she's grown. So why don't you just cut the list off and put her in the office so you can be done with that money, and that money you can put it back in the police department. Okay, and then with Leash for Public Works, thank you for doing what you're doing, and I understand that you're hiring people and you're hiring some abatements, also add code enforcement to that list. So you can have everything, so we can have some on the south side to work with, because we have to wait now until everybody else get theirs done before we can go in and help do something on our side of the town. And I guess that's about all for now. And thanks for somebody's report about Pullman neighborhood. It was needed. And if you go out there, you can look at it and see how bad it is, but I'm not saying anything. Finished.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Ruderman. You may begin.
Yes, I just wanted to speak on O2 on the consent calendar and ask everyone to support it. It really is just a plea to support democracy. I know there are a lot of different views on the city council, but I don't think anyone is against democracy. It comes at a time when our country is being threatened, our democratic institutions are being threatened. And I think if we stand up as a city and we ask our neighboring city and our board of supervisors to do the same, it'll be the right kind of thing, and maybe the idea can carry forward to other areas. You know, on January 6th, the Confederate flag ended up in the Capitol. That never happened before. That didn't happen during the Civil War. And we know what the Confederate flag symbolizes. It really symbolizes taking the vote away from our Black citizens. It really is a symbol of a return to slavery. So I'd just like us all to stand up for democracy, to say no to this kind of threat to democracy, to this wanting to put in autocracy, which is happening in so many places in the world. And I think it would be great if the city council would stand up unanimously and say, yes, we all support democracy, and ask your colleagues in the neighboring cities to do the same and pass resolutions that are similar. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katrinka Rep. Katrinka, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members and staff. I'm a Richmond resident and speaking on behalf of the COI Council of Business and Industries. We're very concerned that the city is moving forward with the implementation of the business license tax effective January 1st, when many businesses still have not received documentation as to what classification their business is in and what tax applies to them. Questions submitted by the businesses still remain unanswered. The business community has presented an alternative progressive tax that would result in providing needed revenue to the city, and yet a discussion of the city's analysis has not occurred with the business community. Many businesses have discussed how this egregious tax will impact their businesses, many considering moving out of the city, selling their business, or closing down. Several of these situations have already occurred. This tax will de-incentivize businesses from coming to Richmond. And it is an additional tax burden that Richmond businesses must bear. According to data posted by the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, Contra Costa County's sales and use tax is the highest amongst the districts. Also, Richmond's sales and use tax is 9.75%, whereas San Pablo's is 9.25%. Contra Costa County's median property tax rate of $3,883 per year is the 6th highest of the state's 58 counties. The city is also considering a vacant property tax. How much tax burdens can the businesses bear before they decide enough is enough? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anthony Woodwards. I'm sorry, that's the next speaker is Jesse Turan. You may begin.
Hi, this is Jesse. I am a homeless resident of Ryden Road, and I've been doing research because it seems to me that there's a whole bunch of task forces focusing on a whole bunch of separate problems here in the city. And I think a good way of addressing those problems might be to allow the task forces to talk together and discuss possible solutions, such as the task force on economic opportunity could get together with the homeless task force and discuss ways of maybe incentivizing businesses with vacant land to use that land for homeless sites. Perhaps they could get tax breaks that way. Perhaps there could be job training programs with these businesses that they could be incentivized that way with the homeless. Also with the Economic Opportunity Task Force, they were talking about attracting businesses to the city of Richmond. And I thought if there was a job training program in alternative energy that would teach people in the homeless community and alternative energy research techniques and possibly have land dedicated to that project, then the businesses would have a trained workforce. And that in itself would be attractive, to businesses to the area, especially if they were incentivized for hiring the people trained in these areas. It just seems to me that we've divided these problems so much, and we should be working together instead of just focusing on these separate things because it's all connected. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councilmember Gail McLaughlin.
Yes. Yes, thank you. I want to speak on item 02, which is a resolution I put on the agenda on the consent calendar. And this resolution was written by Jeff Ritterman, who already spoke. And it is to adopt a resolution condemning the horrific events of the January 6th, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol and to defend democracy and the sacred right of voting. So I thank Jeff Ritterman for writing this resolution. It's an important one. And I also want to add that Richmond is a human rights city with the Human Relations Commission. And Jeff is on our Human Relations Commission. He's also a former Richmond City Council member. And it's important that we mark this first year anniversary of such a horrific day as January 6th, 2021 by adopting this resolution. It showcases our defense of the human right and the sacred right of voting, and reaffirms our commitment to fight against any attempt to subvert or take this right away. I also want to add that we not only have to preserve democracy, we have to extend it. We recently had a presentation on voting rights for the immigrant community. That is one important way to extend it, but we also have to stand for full democratic rights in terms of housing, healthcare, and education. These are all our institutions that should be totally extended to all and not commodified. So I just want to thank Jeff again, and let's keep standing for democracy, for what we have in terms of our democracy, and extend it to make sure democratic rights for all are truly available in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Mayor Tom Butt.
Okay, thank you. Have you ever wondered why your taxes are so high, but you can't get your potholes fixed? Trash is all over city streets and no one picks up the phone at City Hall. It's because the City Council is spending taxpayers' money on frivolous investigations and lawsuits instead of taking care of city business. Over 2 years ago, the now fired city manager, encouraged by city council members, launched an investigation of baseless claims against me by one disgruntled city employee. The investigation took 2 years and cost over $50,000 and completely exonerated me. It took me months to even get a copy of the results of the investigation. But when I finally did, I shared it with the public on my e-form. Then the now former city attorney, again directed by the city council majority, sued me for embarrassing them by publishing the investigation summary. The city council is continuing to spend tens of thousands of dollars pursuing that frivolous lawsuit, paying a Southern California attorney nearly $500 an hour to try to force me to take down the investigation summary from my website. On December 21st, 2021, the city council authorized $85,000 to continue fighting this lawsuit against me. The investigation summary is still on my website, and you're welcome to read it. That's why you aren't getting any services from this. That's why you are not getting the services you deserve from the city of Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay. Do we have a motion on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Johnson,
Second,
second by Martinez. Would you do a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
And just to remind everyone, item
P1.
01 F04 F was taken off the consent.
Right, okay.
So it did not include that.
And the next item would be item P1, but it's been continued to February the 18th by request of the parties. And so I think our next item now is Q1, which is the police staffing presentation.
Item Q1 under new business.
Yes, would you read that, please?
Item Q1 is to receive an updated staffing presentation from the police department to include changes to the services provided to the community based on resource allocations due to financial and efficiency considerations.
Go ahead, Acting Chief Toronto.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for your time. I'm Louis Torona, the Acting Chief of the Richmond Police Department. I wanted to take a moment to provide a staffing presentation for where the police department currently is, what is being foreseen in the near future. And this is really done primarily just for situational awareness and future decision-making. And I do appreciate everyone's time. I do have a PowerPoint presentation and I'll begin. We can go to the next slide. Just as an overview of the presentation, I will be talking about historical staffing comparisons, 2021 sworn staffing separations, and I am focusing primarily on this presentation on sworn staffing. Our professional staff is critically important and a vital component of the Richmond Police Department. However, I do want to focus this presentation specifically on sworn staffing. I want to discuss the current staffing situation, priorities for this new year, and I'd like to extend a happy new year to all members of the City Council and the community of Richmond. Some modifications and resource allocation and our recruiting efforts. Next slide, please. As most of you know, our mission of the police department is to prevent crime and maintain order. And you can take a look at the mission statement there. I don't want to bore you by reading it. But the bottom line is we are committed to the community of Richmond and helping to solve neighborhood problems and improve the quality of life in Richmond. Our values are listed there. And these are grassroots efforts. These were developed with input from our rank and file membership in order to instill and codify what we believe are important values to hold in order to achieve our mission. Just as a side note, That photograph is a photo of Patrol Team 1 senior day shift on the morning of Thanksgiving, getting ready for the patrol shift. And I was honored and humbled enough to be able to work alongside them, actually working a patrol beat with that patrol team that day. And it's a good effort to maintain that consistency and continuity between management and our line level folks who actually do all of the really important work that the police department is expected to do. Next slide, please. As you can see, this is just a historical staffing comparison by years from 2014 to the current fiscal year. The light gray bar are the budgeted positions, and the darker gray bar are the actual positions. And I'll just give you a moment to take a look at that. And just for historical context, I've been a police officer here in the city of Richmond since 1994. So I've seen the department at various stages of staffing, as well as the challenges that the city has faced in the past, and really excited about the direction the city has moved in terms of improving police functions, as well as lowering the crime rate for the city. Next slide, please. 2021 was a very challenging year in terms of staffing for the police department. And this was anticipated to a degree, but we've not seen this level of separation, meaning folks who had either retired or left to work in other law enforcement agencies. We had 26 total sworn separations for the year 2021, 14 to retirement. And then as you can see there, the officers who left to work for different law enforcement agencies around the area, two to San Pablo, two to Antioch, two to Pittsburgh, surprisingly Nevada County Sheriff's Office, Sacramento, El Cerrito, and Sonoma County. And next slide, please. Our current staffing situation, we began 2021 with several carryover vacancies. And for the entire year, as I mentioned, 26 sworn personnel separated from the department, with 12 of those resigning, 11 of which went to other agencies. Additionally, we have 19 sworn personnel on injury leave and 4 sworn personnel on modified duty. This is an area where I really want to place some focus is on what I'm anticipating for the future, specifically to retirements. In 2021, 14 sworn personnel retired. By December of 2023, an additional 28 current sworn personnel will be eligible for retirement. And that's something I want just to keep in mind, because it is a challenge when it comes to staffing and recruitment. These are folks who have decades and decades of experience. And when they leave, it is a challenge, not only to replace them in terms of numbers, but to replace them in terms of knowledge and experience. And next slide, please. So for this current year, my priorities for the police department are as follows. To staff patrol to provide the greatest level of direct service to the community, to enhance the training for our officers, and this is where some compromise had to be made. Investigative staff is being reduced to allow for that staffing and patrol. And what that means is more expectation on the patrol officers to conduct comprehensive investigations in the field. And that is a fairly large change for our department. We've always enjoyed a very strong investigative staff, and that's just has to be modified, at least for this year. There's only so many people, and I can only divide them into so many different areas. Policy development updates and legislative compliance will be a priority. Development of an improved return to work program for injured employees, something I really want to get working on with human resources. And then a focus, of course, on retention, because our people are our greatest resource, recruiting and hiring. And next slide, please. So here are some of the modifications. The regulatory unit will be eliminated, and those responsibilities will be transferred to code enforcement. I'm combining robbery and property detective units into a single unit known as a general crimes unit. The members of our crime and violence reduction team are being transferred back to patrol, with one sergeant remaining to focus on intelligence gathering and information sharing for focused patrol and investigative efforts. Part of my hope is that the experience that those officers bring back to patrol will increase their efficiency and effectiveness. Specialty units such as traffic and youth services will maintain their current vacancies. And we are working with HR for an analysis of the calls for service that we receive, those resolutions, to better inform our efforts into the future. And next slide, please. So here's the breakdown. There's a few minor changes because I originally created this PowerPoint back in November, but essentially it's the same. You can see the breakdown of sworn personnel in the 3 different bureaus that we have, from patrol, investigations, and administrative. As you can see, in patrol, 1 captain, 5 lieutenants, 12 sergeants, 54 officers, or 2 in training. Actually, I think there's only 1 right now. Traffic remains the same, and you can see the rest when it comes to investigations and the administrative division. And the next slide, please. This is similar information, but in a pie chart format. So as you can see on the left side, 2021 sworn personnel allocation versus the current year, 2022. This actually takes effect January 30 is the changeover. But as you can see, we're placing much more emphasis in patrol, because that's where I believe our resources are best used for the time being. But where it really gets affected in a negative way is investigations. A much smaller investigative team. They're still committed to the duties that they've sworn to uphold, but they are going to have less resources. And next slide, please. So I want to get into the retention, recruiting, and hiring, and really focus on 3 different areas: the national climate, the regional challenges, and some of the local challenges. Nationally, it's not surprising, but policing has been in the focus for several years. And nationally, there has been a trend in less interest in people wanting to choose this as a career. And let me make it clear from my personal standpoint, I believe that policing is a noble profession and a very necessary one. We need to adapt with changing conditions, but I still believe that when an officer puts on this badge and swears the oath, that they are committing themselves to something of a greater purpose. And I'm very proud of the officers and proud of the 28 years that I've been here. Some of the regional challenges in terms of comparative pay and benefits, newer candidates are much more knowledgeable about comparing pay and benefits, much more so than some of the old timers like myself were when we first started. And then some of the local challenges. So next slide, please. I just added a few quotes here. Again, most of you and most of the folks watching the council meeting understand that there has been a decline in people looking at law enforcement as a career nationwide. And some of these quotes point that out, that the actual danger level hasn't changed. In fact, it's increased a little bit from 2020 from 2019, but there has been a significant decline in folks interested in this profession. And morale is affected negatively as well. So you can see a 20% increase in resignations from 20 to 21. I think the Richmond Police Department is seeing very similar effects here. And next slide, please. Some of the local or regional challenges. Here's the bottom line. It's essentially a buyer's market right now because of the lower number of candidates. Individual cities or departments are having to compete with one another much more so than in the past to attract candidates. And these are just examples of some of the local agencies that we've been competing head to head with. And it's just the reality of where we are. And the next slide, please. We've kept track of folks who have been in our testing process and really tried to drill down into when folks withdraw from our testing process, why. And these are some of the reasons given. And a lot of this is perception. And I'm not saying I'm not trying to point fingers, but a lot of this is perception that compensation and benefit packages are lacking compared to other cities or agencies, that the new hire pay is significantly less than comparable agencies, that there's a perception of a lack of support, that there's concerns over reprisals and retaliations. I mean, again, these are perceptions and some of the quotes given by some candidates who have withdrawn from our process. And the next slide, please. Just a historical comparison of candidates. So if you look 2019, 2020, 2021, the numbers of applications received is the bar on the left. And then the number of candidates processed. That means candidates who actually met the minimum qualifications and then moved on to the actual testing process. And then the number of candidates hired. As you can see, there is a marked decline in the number of applications received, especially from 2019 to 2020, and the trend is continuing. And the next slide. Some of our recruiting efforts. So a couple of years ago, we designed and implemented a specific web page for recruiting, hiring a consultant to help with our recruiting efforts. And the website is joinrichmondpd.com. Next slide. The whole concept of this page was to centralize the recruiting efforts, to give basic overviews of the positions, the benefits of working at Richmond PD, frequently asked questions, including minimum qualifications, hiring process overview. And the goals were to answer candidates' common questions and engage with candidates and really come down to answering the question of why Richmond PD. And next slide. Some of the short, medium, and long-term processes that we've adopted. It really comes down to creating a much more efficient system, working more closely with HR. And I do want to give HR some kudos because they've been working very diligently and working with us. There's still a lot of work to do, but I do want to acknowledge and appreciate their efforts. I think the big thing is I'd like folks to take away is the necessity to market Richmond as an attractive community for police candidates. And we're constantly assessing our results and revising things as necessary. And the next slide. And just some final thoughts. You know, it wasn't that long ago when Richmond PD was highly lauded both nationally and even internationally. You can see this quote from Barry Kinsberg, saying if you were looking for what police ought to do, I would send you to Richmond. Loretta Lynch, who's actually in that photograph with many of our officers, visited Richmond PD to highlight the police department as a model of community policing. And I do want to thank the folks on the council who were on the council at the time, because with the leadership of the council and the chief at the time, we were able to grow as a police department. And I just want to ensure that our community knows we're still the same department with many of the same employees who implemented the strategies that garnered this national acclaim. And we're committed. We're committed to the community of Richmond. And I would just like to make sure that council members and the residents know that that commitment hasn't changed. But we are facing some significant challenges into the future. And I just want to make sure that we, as a department and as a community, work together to make Richmond Police Department an attractive and welcoming police department for future candidates for police officer and beyond, because the city of Richmond deserves it. And I want to thank you for your time and take any questions the city council may have.
Are there questions or comments from city council members? Councilmember Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, intern chief. I'm saying your last name right, Torona, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'd say thank you, intern chief Torona. First and foremost, just on the front end, I do want to appreciate, especially with the conversations that we've had in the past couple of years, just the objectivity and the practicality of your presentation. So I do really appreciate the tone of it throughout. And there are questions I just wanted to ask for maybe the public's benefit, just some things I was thinking about ahead of time before this presentation came in. It's only spitballing, but it's just to get a better understanding and maybe throw out new ideas in terms of bringing more positivity to the Richmond Police Department. So just a quick first question. I'll try to run through these quickly. I seen on the presentation it says applications close August 19th. Why is that?
If I need to look at that particular slide.
We can come back to that question later, and I can ask the other ones that I have if you want to answer that one later.
If you can, please. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, one question I had is I'm wondering if you're working with Richmond Build in terms of helping do recruitment from people that come through Richmond Build to see if folks locally in Richmond want to get into the career force with RPD. Has RPD done any of that in collaboration with Richmond Build at all?
No, that's an outstanding recommendation. I don't believe that has been explored. I can tell you that we support Richmond Build. In fact, I just wrote a letter of support for some of their future endeavors. But I like that idea, and I will definitely explore that.
Yeah, no, that's something that I was wondering if it was happening, because there are people looking to get into a career or turn their lives around in some way. And I know, especially in tense incidences, whenever I interacted with RPD, it actually made me excited to talk to somebody who was 24 years old. He's like, man, I think I've seen you walking around here before. I grew up in this community and now I work here. And that actually made me excited and put a smile on my face. So if there's more ways to work with some of the existing agencies we have, we're putting people on a career path, especially locally, I would hope that'd be an idea that would be explored.
I appreciate that. If I could go back to your previous question.
Yeah.
That was just a screenshot of a previous ad for the hiring. Okay. So we have testing that goes on regularly. So it's basically every other month. and then applications close at a certain point in time to allow for those applications to be processed and testing to occur. So about every other month, we have a testing process. Generally speaking, in the last year, we have about 20 to 30 candidates per testing. At least that's what it seems like. But specifically, that was just a screenshot of a previous recruitment ad.
Okay, I just was wondering if that was a standard thing or whatever. It just sounds like it's just a previous ad. Thank you. The other question that I had in terms of recruitment, has there been any encouragement on looking at anybody interested in the non-sworn staff to actually apply and take the criteria within the department to transition into sworn staff or patrol staff? Has there been any of that that's happened?
Actually, there has been. We have had a number of folks working either in the jail or specifically in our cadet program. We have a cadet program that is we have an explorer program for teenagers and a cadet program, which is a part-time occupation where they start to learn more about the police department. In fact, we have quite a few officers, sergeants and above who went through that program. In fact, we have one of our cadets who just started the police academy and one more who we're hopeful for. So that is an area that has been very successful. Obviously, COVID really hurt us in terms of the Explorer program, but that has been one of the areas that I want to refocus our efforts on.
All right. Yeah, no, I'm glad to hear that, because that was going to be another spitball suggestion I had, is if there's any more interest for people who are looking for upward mobility within the department who's not sworn staff but may want to become sworn. So I'm glad that that's happening. Another question that I had, and this is something that came up because I was actually in North Richmond on December 15th when that shooting happened. And one of the conversations that came up, because I was there for like 6 hours or so, and there was multiple jurisdictions there, but I was wondering if you could shed light on a question that came up, like, when it seems like after an hour or so, an incident is already handled, we can still see like multiple cars or units just kind of lingering around. And then, just speaking from somebody that doesn't know the procedures or anything, the first question that comes to my brain is like, okay, now this situation is handled, why are there so many people just lingering in an area when it seems like things have calmed down a lot for hours on end? Just in terms of thinking of coordination and staffing, like how does that work? Or that could be a question to be followed up on another time. I was wondering if you could shed a light on that a little bit.
If I am correct in assuming that particular incident was an officer involved shooting involving an outside jurisdiction.
Yeah, but I've seen Richmond PD, St. Pablo PD, Contra Costa PD, and was down the street for hours, and it just seemed like there wasn't that much movement. So
but there probably wasn't a lot of movement. I think the primary reason that you saw those officers there, one is to hold the crime scene, because the crime scene investigation has to occur. When an officer involved shooting occurs, and the district attorney's office comes out to conduct the investigation, the scene has to be held for their review, and that can take hours. Because these investigators from the DA's office are coming in from all over the county and then getting the briefing. And I can tell you from personal experience, it's not unusual for those scenes to be held for hours to allow that process to get completed.
Okay. And my final question, and this one's going to be very controversial, but me personally, I believe in second chances until people give me a reason not to believe in them anymore. But for folks who may be coming from reentry or may have a record, but they're trying to turn their lives around, and I know there's a lot of folks that find barriers in general employment if they do have a record. Is there anything that bars somebody that's came from reentry, trying to turn her life around from applying in a position within the police department?
Some of the standards are set by California Post for specifically for sworn. Changes can be made, and changes have been made even in my time as a police officer. I think some of those have to be done legislatively at the state level. In terms of internally, I can tell you modifications have also been made for our professional or non-sworn staff in terms of things like drug usage and time periods in which drug usage was last used. Some modifications have been made in my time to allow for a greater expanse in potential candidates. But I think that's a constant work in progress. I don't know if it's controversial or not, but it's definitely worth discussing.
All right, yeah, no, thank you so much. I guess in conclusion, like what I'm thinking about, because I know recruitment's hard, because I've even heard just nationally, like it doesn't seem like a profession that people want to get into or folks are discouraged from getting into. But I also know that there's this sense of like people from the community actually being a part of that field of work who have investment in the community. That's just more than the salary and what it's pays. I think there is like an untapped potential and resource there for me personally. So just encouraging if there's ways to do recruitment from Richmond Build, Rubicon program, and even having conversations with folks at the Reentry Success Center if they're just looking for folks who are just seeking general employment and trying to be reintegrated into the community so they can build their lives back up. Any potential opportunity just to get good candidates who have investment in the community in general is something that an optimistic vision that I am looking for personally. So that's why I wanted to ask you those questions, and thank you for your feedback and comments and clearing some of that up as well. And thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you. I can tell you we have quite a few officers who are Richmond born and raised. And we do continue to try to recruit in the city of Richmond.
Councilmember Bates.
Chief, for your presentation.
You're
raise an issue. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to raise an issue that has been brought to my attention numerous times in reference to your lack of staffing, your inability inadequacy in responding to several problems, such as there's a Hilltop Mini Mart where a gentleman, homeless, whomever he may be, just walks in and takes what he wants and walk out. And there are other stores have indicated a similar situation. And when the police is called, their response is they don't have staff to respond to these petty thefts. Can you give us an idea of how many of these situations that staff has created, lack of staff has created, that you cannot adequately respond to?
It's a rather broad question. I'd have to do some research. I don't know if I can say that our staff can't respond to it, but I can say that there can be an extended delay, especially in an area like Hilltop. And just I know you know this, but for everybody's understanding, at any given time, there are 2 officers assigned to beats 8 and 9, which cover all of Hilltop, Harchester, Hilltop Green, all the way out to Carriage Hills, and obviously through El Sobrante. That's a large area to cover for 2 officers. And again, at any given time, you're only going to have 2 officers responsible for that specific area. So is there a likelihood that there will be a delay in response? The answer is yes. And a significant delay for a petty theft, the answer is yes. It's not a priority.
Does that also apply to burglaries? And again, trying to break into a home that you simply do not have staff immediately available to respond?
I can tell you that if it's a burglary that has already occurred, meaning it's not in progress, will there be a delay or a significant delay? The answer is yes. If it's an in-progress burglary, if you're in your home and somebody is trying to break in, I guarantee you police officers, even from downtown, will break from what they're doing and head to that location. The priority and the marching orders I give to my troops is safety and protection of life is the priority. And if someone's breaking into somebody's home, that is a priority one call, and we will do everything we can to get there as fast as we can.
Okay, the last question. In comparison to other cities, how many patrol officers do you have on the street at one time?
Yes, sir. What we generally have is 9 patrol officers on the street at any given time. I'm sorry.
Now, that seemed to be quite unreasonable. 9 patrol officers for an 8-hour shift.
So we have 2 different shifts, a 10 or a 12.5-hour shift. On the weekends, it's 12.5 hours. During the weekdays, it's 10 hours. But yes, 9 officers in general for every shift. Now I am increasing that for this current calendar year by decreasing some of the staff in investigations, because I need to put the officers where they need to be, which is in patrol. And so I am putting more officers on each shift, which means minimally I'm expecting 10 officers at any given time, and on the weekends up to 12 to 13 at any given time. And that's primarily to account for things like vacations or sick leaves or training. As most of you know, for the majority of this year, or I'm sorry, for 2021, officers have been forced to work a lot of overtime. And at some point that becomes just very difficult. And I don't want to continue that trend in terms of burning out officers, as well as just burning overtime hours. So that's why I'm moving officers from investigations to patrol for this year.
How does that compare with, say, San Pablo and El Cerrito?
Well, both are significantly smaller cities.
But
El Cerrito, yeah, El Cerrito would have generally 2 on any given shift. And I believe
2 patrol officers?
Yes, sir. And San Pablo would, I believe, have 3 to 4.
Well, maybe I should compare with, say, a larger city equal to Richmond and New York, if you have that information.
Councilmember Bates, I couldn't hear that last part.
Maybe I should compare it with a city comparable to Richmond, such as Concord, New York. I think we're about the same 100 and some thousand population.
Yeah, I think that's a closer comparison, and we can definitely do some of that research and get back to you. I don't have that readily available.
Okay, well, I didn't expect you to probably have it at your fingertip. Be valuable for this council to understand and recognize a comparable city and their comparison as to what Richmond has. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, Intern Chief Tyrone, for the presentation here for you and your family and everybody in the police department. I have some couple of questions, and one is, let's start. How long had the city of Richmond had the staffing level policy or staffing policy? The current one, for how long had been the staffing policy?
I'm sorry, the staffing policy?
Yeah.
I'd have to do some research. I know that that minimum staffing policy began when Chief Magnus was the chief. And so probably at least 12 to 14 years, but I'd have to do some research into seeing when that first was implemented.
And it hasn't been revised, it hasn't been changed.
Not since it was implemented.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned, and I think in slide 8, that you are going to do some staffing changes. Could you be more specific about like what staff has been doing right now and what they will be doing under the proposed approach? And what is the difference? What the difference will be?
Okay, well, the primary difference is the reduction of staff in our investigative units. It's roughly half of the staff that investigations used to have. And that was a difficult decision to make because I do believe that investigations are a critical component of the policing mission. However, I do recognize that staffing patrol, at least for the time being, is taking priority. Because of the things like I mentioned in terms of the mandatory overtime backfills, COVID hit us pretty hard, and it's still hitting us really hard. And so the sick calls, and then the other side is also the injured personnel that we have. So because of those challenges, I wanted to more heavily staff patrol to, one, make sure that there were enough staff on patrol to go to the calls that they need to go to. Secondly, to minimize any of the mandatory overtime that we've just been experiencing. It used to be very sporadic where that would occur. More recently, it's become more normal, and I don't particularly think that's one, safe, and two, sustainable for the future. And that's the reason why I'm shifting personnel from investigations primarily to patrol. And that's why, as I mentioned, the weekend teams who don't have any overlap when it comes to shifts will have additional staffing to allow for some flexibility in terms of if we can devote a few hours of the day for a special project in a specific neighborhood problem, we hopefully will have that luxury to be able to do that. And ideally, I would like to get to the point where we have enough staffing where there is, during that discretionary time where they're not responding to calls for service, they can focus on neighborhood problems and working with the neighborhoods to address things like illegal dumping or things that matter to the particular community. Parking is a real big issue in the city. So it's, the workload isn't going to change. It's just the focus for some of the investigative work will now go to the patrol officers. Where previously a patrol officer would write the preliminary report and then that investigation goes to the detective staff. That's not going to happen this year, only because there's less detectives. And so the detectives are going to have to focus on cases that have very strong leads or people in custody. And that's what they're going to focus on. Patrol officers are going to have to focus on taking cases from beginning to end much more so than they have in the past. Meaning, when I say end, to trying to identify the perpetrator, going to obtain a warrant or making the arrest, even possibly making appointments with the district attorney's office for filing purposes if that's what the case requires. So those are some of the changes that I'm anticipating.
Yeah, it will be it will be good for you to feel more of that specific, so we know what is the change in terms of like what they were doing and what they were going to do. So thank you for some of the explanation, but there are some other more that you mentioned there that it will be good not to have here, but to have it kind of like in a report so we know more about that. Another thing is that when you see the graphic, when you show the graphic about how many people have applied, how many actually pass the requirements, and then actually how many get hired, the higher piece is really minimum, even in, like, for instance, like like you mentioned 2015 or something, it was 11 office or 11 people hired. And then in the other, even though the number of applicants reduced, the number of actually hired people, it kept a little bit the same, like seven, right? So can you explain us how that process goes, and why is that at the end of the day, even if we have, it doesn't matter if we have high applicants number or not, it's still the amount of people that we get to hire is low.
Okay. Some of this is speculative, but I'll do my best to answer. California Post requires quite a lot of requirements in order for a candidate to pass in order to get hired. So that by itself tends to eliminate a lot of applicants very quickly. I would say that the folks who are actually applying now, because you see that market decrease from 245 applications to 86 in 2020, that I think the people who are applying are much more interested in the profession and have essentially made decisions in their life to set themselves up to be a little bit more successful, to get hired, with the expectations that the state puts on as well as the city. And so that's why I think even though the number of applications decreased, the number of applications that processed, I mean, they're relatively close, but the number of people who actually got hired remained the same, 2020 and 2021. And I would attribute that to the candidates. There are more candidates who are really committed to becoming police officers now. Like, if you want to be a police officer now, especially during the last couple of years, that weeded out a lot of folks who were maybe only superficially interested in the profession. And then now that that's happened, those who want to be police officers really want it. And it is a challenge, but some of that is speculation on my part. But I do think that as a city, we need to acknowledge that there will be some staffing challenges in the very near future. And when I say near future, in the next few years. And the difficulty here is, as you see in those candidate numbers, the number of candidates applying versus hired is relatively low. But the number, or the investment that we make in terms of hiring and then training, it's a fairly long-term investment, meaning from the point somebody applies, gets through the process, gets hired, goes through the academy, then goes through the field training, the in-house training. I mean, you're looking at close to a year before a candidate is a solo patrol officer. And I think that's part of the challenge, is the process is quite long. And so looking at that fact, we as a city and the department just need to prepare for that moving into the future, especially with the retirements. There was a huge influx of candidates when I got hired. And so there are a lot of officers who are roughly my age, who are close to that retirement age. And so you're going to see this big exodus of officers in the very near future. Just like when I first got hired, the majority of officers were the Vietnam era folks. And as soon as we got hired, there was a short period of time, then a mass exodus occurred then.
So my question to you is, like, I think, like, it's great that you are pointing out that, and that we in 2023, you mentioned there will be approximately 23 officers that are going to retire. So I think it's like how, like, and you mentioned that since that hiring means you have to, it takes a process. So I think it's great that you are already looking into that, because we are not saying that this 23 position is going to not be filled. They will need to be filled, right? So it's a matter of how the department will plan ahead. And I thank you for mentioning that this is something that you are looking at, so we can plan for it. And I have another question. I think I have two more questions. One is around the K9. So there is an article that went out from Mercury News about the dog bites. And it seems like, first of all, why is so much higher Richmond bites and data than New York, than other places, than Chicago, and what is the police department going to do to address that? And then the second one in that is why we got to get sued and pay over $200K so that the people who were asking for that information get that information.
Okay. I appreciate that question. I think that, well, one, I know that we're going to discuss this at length with CPRC tomorrow, and I look forward to that discussion. I think it's fair to have concerns, but I also think that we were one of the first departments to release that information based on the RP or the PRA requests, and so I would caution that I don't think other departments have necessarily released as much information as we have, and so comparisons right now I think are premature. I also do know that our Richmond Police canines are extraordinarily well trained, and that on average, and again, I'm prepared to discuss this at length tomorrow at the CPRC, but I also know that our numbers of actual dog bites is actually slightly less than national averages. And the training that our officers go through is extensive. In fact, I attend the training, and I welcome any council members to attend the training and go on ride-alongs and see how the officers actually deploy these dogs. But we do have some subjects who refuse to comply, who are suspected of committing serious felonies, and the use of the police canine, while any use of force is regrettable, at times is very necessary. And so I think it's worth looking at it and then doing fair comparisons with other cities, especially cities that have similar levels of activity and crime.
I think that the article does that. So what I am hearing is you don't think there is any problem with.
I'm not saying that. I think that okay. I think it's fair to look into it and study it greater, but I do think that it's premature to. I think the article is lacking in some detail and some information.
Well, I'm looking forward to hear more about that, and also my question is like why these complaints were not coming to the CPRC.
Okay. Well, the primary reason is there are different definitions of what constitutes great bodily injury, and what the CPRC has been functioning under in terms of what fulfills the definition of great bodily injury is a hospitalization of more than 72 hours. Okay, so that's one side of things. And then what we report to the Department of Justice is a different level or a different definition. This lawsuit that occurred when the PRA occurred essentially made the decision that almost every dog bite constituted great bodily injury. And I have a problem with that because I don't think every dog bite is great bodily injury. In fact, I've been bitten a few times. And most dog bites, if they actually occur, are puncture wounds that don't even require stitches. And I don't want to get too much into the detail here, but my belief is that not every dog bite fulfills the definition of great bodily injury. But because of the decisions made by some of the attorneys and the advice that was given, almost every dog bite was released based on that PRA.
Okay, yeah, no, it's important. And I know that I have been asking you for some of the data of the level of use of force, and specifically because some of them are less harmful than others, and it's important to differentiate. So I emailed you and said that I would like to see like the uses for that result in injuries and what type of injuries. So it's important that, and if that incident involved minors, and which of them led to a formal complaint by the resident. I think like it's important not only to get the use of force, but with that, I haven't received that yet. So I hope that you can give it to me and to the rest of the council, as well as the closing rate from 2015 to now.
Okay, I know.
These are the things that I had been asking several months, but hopefully we can get that information and release information so we don't need to be sued and pay so much money, because I know that it's important for you and for us to get the right data out. And then my last comment, just to close, is that I heard something about compensations and that maybe we are not compensating officers or staff at the level. So we are getting out the comms study. I hope that can give us some results. But also it will be important to have some, and I want comment staff to do some analysis of the MOUs in other cities compared to the city of Richmond, since we are going to start, the city is going to start negotiation with the RPOA as well around MOUs, so we can have that information, the public has that information as well. So thank you so much, internship Tyrona, for the presentation and for your answers. Have a good night.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, I want to thank you for the report. And I'm just to be clear, at what age can a police officer, a sworn officer, retire?
Well, there are two different formulas currently in the system. So those who were hired prior to 2013, the earliest they can retire is age 50. And then after 2013, it's 57. And then the calculation is different as well. Okay.
So then, for other professions, that's a pretty early age. And I'm sure that because of the dedication to the public that most police officers in Richmond have, they work far beyond their retirement age. Would I be correct in making that assumption?
I think you're correct in terms of their dedication. In terms of how far past the retirement age they work, it varies. So some officers will go the day that they turn that specific age, and then some will go further based on life choices and things that occur in their life. So I think it's hard to make a generalized statement, but I can emphasize that those who work at the police department are very dedicated, and honestly, if they could work longer, they probably would.
Yeah. So if they do retire as soon as they can, then I guess we do have a problem, since 21 are eligible for retirement currently, and 33 will be eligible for retirement in 2023. I was hoping to hear that the dedication extended further than retirement, but
Well, I mean, I appreciate that. And I think the dedication is there. But I can also tell you that the level of injuries that an officer sustains is relatively high after a career of 20 plus years. And
right. So you're leading into my next question, which was about the number of injured personnel. So there's 14 currently injured. What sorts of injuries are these, and how much does the city end up having to pay for injuries after they retire? Just generalized.
Yeah, I don't know if I could generalize it because there's so many different settlements that occur. I can tell you a lot of the injuries are related to back issues, are related to joint issues. When you're carrying 20 to 30 pounds of gear, 40 plus hours a week every day in and out of cars, it takes a toll on the joints, and so it's challenging. But the back issues, some psychological scarring occurs.
Right.
That's a definite. But I think those are generally the kind of injuries that we're talking about are joint back type issues.
And so the 5 who are retiring, are they retiring at age, or are they have they worked longer than the retirement point?
Well, some work past that retirement point, and a few were retired right at the retirable age. But I couldn't generalize because it's quite broad in terms of how many years past the retirable age some of these folks retire at.
And I would like to take this opportunity to commend the officers who extend their service to the city beyond retirement age, because I do know that it costs a lot for us to train officers and to get our investment back, happens with longevity. If an officer transfers or retires early, then we actually don't get a full return of the investment that we've made in them. So once again, I want to thank the officers who have extended their service beyond retirement age. Thank you.
I appreciate that, but I think that's why I wanted to make this presentation. It's just to as a city make it clear that we value our resources in terms of those we make these investments in. And so I thank you for that, council member.
Any other city council members have comments or questions? Do we have public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do.
How many?
7.
Okay.
7 right now, but I'm sure.
Well, I'll wind up with my comments, then we'll go to public speakers. So the Richmond's police department is one of those issues that has clearly divided the city council. There are those of us on the city council who support the police department, while we recognize that there are always improvements to be made, and we encourage those. And the rest of the city council, is pretty much anti-police. The city council majority has defunded the police. They've reduced the number of sworn officers. They've reduced the funding, and they've reduced the ability of the police department to provide basic services. Now, one of the things the mayor's office does is we try to have a live person answering every phone call that comes into the mayor's office. And we get a lot of them. And one of the reasons is that, I hate to say it, but one of the reasons is the mayor's office is one of the few places somebody can call and actually get a live person. And typically we have somebody answering phone calls about almost 30 hours a week. It's not 40. We'd like to have more, but it's quite a bit. And so we spend a lot of time doing a couple of things. One is steering people toward services they're looking for and they can't otherwise find. And the other one is fielding complaints. And taken together, the most complaints we get have to do with people who are dissatisfied with the level of service they get from the police department because the police department has continued to be reduced, and their funding and staffing has continued to be reduced. So what we hear from people are complaints about traffic violations and speeding, particularly in residential neighborhoods. We hear complaints about delays in response, complaints about petty crime and theft, the catalytic converters, the break your car window and take your stuff, noise, fireworks, sideshows, illegal parking, abandoned vehicles, dumping, and so on and so forth. So I think from the feedback we get, it's pretty clear that people want more police services, not less. And I think it's very unfortunate that our city council has gone off on a trajectory of reducing police services and reducing police funding. One of the things you heard tonight is that one of the causes of our inability to effectively recruit people is the lack of support from city leadership. People who are aspiring police officers, they're like anybody else. They want to go somewhere where they're appreciated and they're adequately compensated for the work they do. And apparently they can't find either one of those in Richmond. So I don't know if this is going to be the status quo forever. I hope at some point that we'll come to our senses and refund police services. And one of the things I would commend, I'm going to congratulate or commend Acting Chief Torona, and for something that I see at least once a day, maybe twice, maybe 3 times a day on Facebook. I see a posting by Al Wally, and I think it's very informative. He, again, once or twice a day, he picks a police action and he describes what happened and he describes the outcome. And I think contrary to the prevailing wisdom that seems to be going around in Richmond with the Reimagined Public Safety Task Force and others, he describes a range of police police actions that include a lot of mental illness actions, domestic disputes, taking guns off the street, and even examples of canine use that actually result in guns being taken off the street and felons being apprehended in a manner that's actually safe. So Chief Torona, I really appreciate what Al Wally does, and I would encourage you to do more of it. I think people need a better understanding of what Richmond police actually do, rather than hearing complaints all the time from people in the Reimagined Public Safety Task Force and our city council majority, who basically are suspicious of police, don't think they do a good job, think they're doing more harm than good, and believe that fewer police are better than more police. So those are my comments. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just wanted to thank Interim Chief Torona for the presentation and how you quite clearly put it out there that there is a national trend where recruiting is harder, and but also you put it out there that those who are applying are likely more interested in the profession. And that is a good thing because you're getting the applicants who have looked at the police career in a more in-depth way and are more likely to shine through the process. Rather than in the past, maybe some just superficially, as you said, were interested. So, and it's clear you have funded positions that you haven't filled and that you're trying to. And so I want to applaud you for that recruitment process that you're seeking. And I know Councilmember Willis brought forward some good suggestions that you also agreed with. And, the whole trend nationally is to look at public safety in a whole new way, rather than keeping, because some of these positions have been funded but not filled for multiple years, rather than having that money sit in the department year after year that hasn't been able to be utilized in terms of getting enough recruits hired. Utilize it for other areas of public safety, like ONS, our Office of Neighborhood Safety, youth jobs, unhoused intervention, and community crisis response system. So this whole definition of public safety is, and we were already talking about that years ago in Richmond, because the community called for it. The community said, we need violence prevention, not just police. And I know our RPD agrees with that doesn't think police is the full answer. So thank you for your report. I was very impressed with it. And I look forward, I know you and I were gonna have a meeting one of these days to sit down and talk about various things, including recruitment. So thank you for your presentation. I really thought it was great.
Okay, let's call public speakers, Madam Clerk.
Our first public speaker is Mark Wasberg, followed by Steve Bischoff, Naomi Williams, Sean Dunning, Don Gosney, Jan Noni, Lisa Johnson, Katrinka Ruck, Deborah Bayer, Jamin Purcell. Mark Wasberg, please unmute yourself. You may begin.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
After the Floyd incident, the police, law enforcement became the enemy. You have you have people out there assassinating police officers. That one guy who just finished the police academy was assassinated in Oakland. This went nationwide. Even that pedophile bastard Joe Biden even called the police the enemy. Kamala Harris was bailing out criminals so they could go out and attack police officers. This is why they are retiring. They're not going to put up with that crap. When you do not have lawmakers backing the police like they should be doing, then you're going to have a major problem. This is why they are leaving. And this fat pig bitch McLaughlin is trying to proclaim, well, we don't need police. Yeah, once you get rid of the police, she's trying to act like they're going to have these ONS and all this other crap going on. They haven't did nothing, man. The ONS has did nothing at all. And Butt was right. The Richmond City Council don't like the police. They hate the police. Except Nat Bates. And I got a question for you, Mayor. But like I say, after the Floyd incident, this is why these cops are leaving. Do you blame them? Do you blame it because they're not being backed by your lawmakers who supposed to help the police, fund the police? This piece of shit you got on the city council is going to keep defunding the police, and they act like, oh, well, that was a good presentation. We're for the police. They're just talking out of their ass. They're a bunch of two-faced, no good batch, a bunch of bitches and whores and pimps. That's what you people are. And that pedophile son of a bitch, Joe Biden, he's over there telling that the police are criminals. Kamala Harris, Maxine Waters, that ugly fucking pig. You, John.
The time has expired. The next speaker is Steve Bischoff, Please unmute yourself. You may begin.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, I really appreciated the chief's presentation. I think it clarifies a lot of things. And, you know,
Steve, are you there?
I think you're muted or something.
okay. Is that, you hear me
Go
now?
ahead. You can go ahead now. Yes.
Okay. I don't know what happened there. Anyway, you know, I think the fact that the city of Richmond is one of the reimagining cities, and there's a lot of good stuff in that, but I think the whole sort of thrust kind of ignores things that the police are the right people to do, and does not give enough resources to do that. And I think, you know, the whole idea of having some hiring bonuses, I think that would be really helpful. Maybe a higher trainee salary. But, you know, I think part of it has to be a message from the city saying we do appreciate police. There's things that police ought to be doing, and we want to make sure we have enough officers to do it. You know, and then there are areas where, you know, there aren't crime rates particularly appropriate. The area in Richmond I live in, which is in the Hills area in the El Sobrante, one of the major thoroughfares we have is Valley View Drive, our road, and it runs from Appian Way basically out to the dam road. On that road, there are two schools. And one of the things I have noticed is we have a great number of speeders in this area. And it's scary because sometimes they're going 60 miles an hour. And, you know, there's signs posted of what the speed limit is supposed to be, and, you know, 25 in a schoolyard area. And, you know, people just aren't really impressed by that. And I know one of the things that's really hard for police departments generally to do is traffic enforcement, because there's a lot of controversy about various approaches to that. But it's an area where it doesn't show up, but it's certainly an area where some people from neighborhoods, and I certainly count as one, are very, very concerned about that and wish we could do something better on it. So thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Naomi Williams. You may begin.
Hi, I was just thinking about the police and staffing. I know I've been here over a century, maybe close to it, maybe 1 year off. But what happens is that we don't have the officers to do community policing. We as citizens and neighbors in the city of Richmond had that years ago. And not only did we have it, we had cops that went around and spoke to people as they going if they didn't have anywhere special to go. I'm kind of worried because I'm hearing two things that doesn't seem to be good. Claudia, I think you said that, what about all the dog bites in Richmond? But if you compare the dog bites in Richmond to the guns and killing in other places, you would find out that Richmond is way on the end of that. That's not fair to the dog biters because they're safer for the person that they're trying to hunt. If they go up under a house, the dog can go up under there with them. The cop can't go under there with them. So that would take off some of the things that they need to do. So you're saying what happened to the community policing? I tell you, I've been here during the cowboy times, and there was no community policing. It was the cowboys policing, and they were horrible. They went out by themselves and did what they had to do. They didn't have no backups, or if they had backups, they wouldn't accept them. So think about what you guys are doing. We need more police, even if it's just for community, because we're here and we're the ones that pays the taxes. So it would be only fair that if you guys think about it, we would be able to do more things in
Your
Richmond.
time has expired. Next speaker is Sean Dunning. You may begin.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Acting Chief Tyrona, for that presentation. You know, as I'm watching it, I'm thinking about the conflict that keeps coming up about this and will likely keep coming up again and again and again until we really have a resolution that works for our entire community. And when I say community, I mean the entire city. And it strikes me that there are probably some folks that watched that presentation and were actually cheering and celebrating the fact that the department's having challenges, losing people. Let's face it, there are some people that just don't believe police should exist. And I think it's probably reasonable to assume that that's a very, very small number. There's a lot more well-meaning individuals that really care about bringing more social support services to our city that's much needed. And over this past summer, we heard that debate. Unfortunately, I think what we're seeing here is the result of a lack of very good collaboration. In fact, there is relatively no collaboration between one side and the other. There is certainly a lot of collaboration within an effort to defund the police. But I think, I really truly believe that if we were to adopt more collaborative approaches, we could have found ways to have both. To have a healthy police department where the officers feel respected and don't leave in droves because they don't feel supported, and also make sure our services are funded and we're taking care of folks in our city better than ever before. I think it's possible to achieve both. And this is kind of tragic what's happened here, but it's not too late to turn it around. And I would just encourage everyone on the council, and more importantly, citizens throughout our city, to consider getting involved and thinking about how we can talk about this in a way that really works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Don Gosney. You may begin.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the great and informative report. I think we all learned a lot, both from the initial presentation, but also from the responses to the questions posed by the members of the council. I said one of the side effects from the significantly lower staffing of our police force is that for crimes that are no longer in progress, the public's perception is that nothing will be done by our police departments. There's a sign in the RPD lobby informing us that most crimes will not be investigated. When an online report is made, it clearly says on the form that there will be no investigation, that the filing of the form is for insurance purposes only. I believe that crime statistics we hear are far from accurate because a lot of crimes never get reported. I'm going to use my own situation as an example. On January 2nd of last year, there were 2 massive arson fires in my backyard from illegal aerial fireworks landing in my backyard. In the subsequent months, there were 8 break-ins to my backyard where unhoused persons walked in and carried out items. I know they were unhoused because I caught many of them and they didn't even care that they were being caught. And then there are reported crimes where we're vilified on social media for even reporting the crimes. Last May, a young unhoused gentleman came to my front door to buy some crank, and he became increasingly agitated when I politely let him know that he had the wrong address. When I reported this on Nextdoor, I was roundly vilified for calling the police, even if it was the non-emergency number. One lady even wrote that I should have invited the young man into my living room, offered him a cold bottle of water, and talked to him about his problems. I hope that we can find a way to convince the public and our elected leaders that we need a well-regulated police force that can make us feel safe in our own homes. And for Councilmember Martinez, I retired when I was 44. And while you would hope that more officers would show their dedication to their profession, let's never forget that it's a job. And when the people you work for mistreat you, why would we expect them to stay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jen Yoni. You may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you, Interim Chief Tyrone, for this interesting report on what's happening in the city of Richmond. I think people forget how big Richmond is. It's 52.5 square miles. In reality, we're bigger than San Francisco in size. So if we have 9 officers on the street at any one time, and they have to go from Central Avenue to Hilltop Mall, that could take them 20 minutes. If you have more than 1 officer, or we don't have 9 officers patrolling on that day, then what happens? People don't, get help. I have, as a president of a neighborhood council, I'm constantly hearing from neighbors that the police can't respond to things. And I explained to them, they're just not enough people. We have people living in their cars on the streets, people living in RVs on the streets in our neighborhood, and people are afraid. And if the police can't help them, who else can? I do suggest that every member of the city council and every person who mistrusts the police should go out on ride-alongs with the police. Just learn a little bit about what they do and how it's done. And it might change your mind on what's going on. One of the greatest things that I got a chance to do was be part of the Citizens Academy that the police put on. I learned more about the police department and what they do in their training than I can imagine. I was amazed at all the things that they do and they have to learn. This isn't just a job. This is a career. This is like going to college to be a professor. There's no difference. They commit to it and they give 110%. And I think the residents of Richmond deserve everything that we get from our police, and I hope we can get more from them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, and Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you, Acting Chief Tyrona, for your thoughtful and sincere presentation tonight and for helping shed light on what is happening to RPD. Through 2021, RPD has lost 26 sworn officers. As of December 2nd, Richmond has lost 13 sworn officers, or 10% of the 130 sworn officers budgeted and accounted for this fiscal year. As of today, 1 month later, they've lost an additional 6, bringing that number to 19 sworn officers for this fiscal year's first 6 months. That translates to 19 officers, a decrease of 15%. This has the potential to go as high as 31% if all 21 retire by the end of 21-22 that are eligible, 6 months from now. That goes to as high as 40% if all 33 eligible officers retire by the end of 2023. That's a mere 2 years away. If we lose 40% of our sworn officers by then, there's no physical way RPD can adequately meet our city's needs, covering 52.5 square miles. In order to fill the city's 9 beats, our chief has had to move several sworn personnel from investigations to patrol. Even with those moves, RPD still cannot always fill all 9 beats for the entire shift, including with mandatory overtime. Imagine if you have an emergency. Will your beat officer position be staffed? Seconds can mean the difference between life or death. And please remember, these officers, just like each of you on this council, are human. An exhausted and stressed out officer risks their own safety as well as those they serve. Please remember that with the same passion that you used to decimate this force and the morale. This is not tolerable for our city. Please, please listen to what the community is asking for as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Katrina Rutt. You may begin.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members and staff, I'm a resident of Richmond, and we want to say that the business community wishes to express our continued support of the Richmond Police Department. However, we do have sincere concerns that the department will not be able to continue with its exceptional service to the community. Over the next 2 years, we will see a mass exodus of sworn personnel due to expected retirements. Whereas the department is doing its best to recruit new personnel, the city needs to create a more welcoming environment for potential police candidates and retention of current personnel. Competition with other cities is fierce, considering many are offering hiring bonuses. The city needs to ensure no more budgetary cuts to the department, consider hiring bonuses to compete with other local agencies, and broadcast the city's continued support of our department. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Baer. Deborah, you may begin.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. And to the council, to the chief, to the mayor. I had no intention of calling in and talking during this council meeting. But just until Mayor Butt, until you started like going on this kind of hysterical rampage, Chief Tyrona's presentation was so clear and objective. And he explained a lot of things, including the fact that we would be facing these retirements, whether we had taken on the issue of public safety last year or not, but so we didn't make those policemen older all of a sudden. It wasn't, but it's sort of like Mr. Butt, you framed it as that old thing, or are you a dog person or a cat person? You know, are you on the side of the police or the criminals? It's you know, I like dogs and cats. I like most living beings. And no, the reimagining public safety did not defund the police. This was, Mayor Butt, you took all nuances out of a really, what ended up being a very good compromise on both sides. And you just, you know, framed yourself in the American flag, which included the police, and framed the RPA, or some image you have of the RPA, as these nutballs, you know. And I had to call in and call you on that. I hope I was clear enough.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Jamin Purcell, followed by Madeline Law and Jesse Turan. Jamin, you may begin.
Hi, my name is James Purcell. So I would just like to address that, like, we didn't call the hiring freeze for city staff a defundment when we couldn't fill 50 some positions due to a lack of tax revenue from the pandemic. We didn't call it a defundment when we've been having to, when we were slowly willing away on social services that have been cut because of a lack of funding, because the city can't afford them because we keep having these deficits. So I think that, you know, when we talk about 3 million being taken from a 60-some million dollar, that's not a defundment. That was literally just trying to cover other social services that that are needed. And I think that, you know, we need to stop looking at the police as the one-stop shop for all of society's to deal with all of society's issues. There are people who are better suited to those. And I think as well with the pandemic, which has caused a rise in poverty, of course, we're going to see a rise in crime, but we can't police people out of poverty. We just end up either incarcerating them, or we end up with them even more alienated by the community. And I think that's not the direction that either the police want to go or the city of Richmond needs to go. So I just really hope that, you know, as we are addressing these retirements that are coming up, that we look for other methods to be able to solve some of these issues, like smart engineering, in order to be able to cut down on perhaps the speeding that the gentleman earlier referenced, but as well looking at other new ways to be able to resolve some of these societal problems. So I release the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Madeline Law. You may begin.
Good evening, Mayor Butt, City Council. I just wanted to reflect on a couple of things, and I want to thank Interim Chief Torona for his wonderful presentation. I just want to make a couple of comments in terms of some of the things that City Council members made. One in particular by Councilperson Martinez. It kind of vexed me when you said you're not getting your return investment. If you are a 20-year-old and you start working in the department at 20 years old and you retire at 50, that is 30 years of service. Where do you get off saying that you're not getting your return? That was terrible. We need to refund our police department at least so that we can get basic services. If an officer in District 5 is pulled off and he has to come over to District 2, that leaves a whole section of our city unprotected. We have no parking enforcement officers. We have no one to check on any of our code enforcement issues. And we need to get these people back to fruition so that we can get some of our basic services. I had an alarm the other night at my home, and the alarm company said, well, we can't dispatch the police for you. because it's this idiotic alarm policy ordinance that you have to pay for. I pay for an alarm and I have to pay you to call the police for my house, and I pay taxes. Come on, Richmond, wake up.
Your time is expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Jesse Teran. Jesse, you may begin.
Hi. So first of all, I would like to say that I also find the attitude of Mayor Butt towards the city council very disrespectful and very disturbing. The truth is that we are all on the same page, same team, and we're all trying to make Richmond better. And I think that that needs to be acknowledged. Second thing, thank you, Acting Chief. I heard your words and my heart went out to you. It sounds like you're just trying to do an impossible task with not enough resources. And third thing is the situation with the Richmond police is twofold. I mean, yes, we need to be protected, but on the other hand, the experiences of the higher income bracket here in Richmond with the police are much different than the experiences of the lower income bracket with the police. There are policemen out there who are themselves criminals. The way they treat people is bad, and that needs to be addressed too. That can't just be ignored. That's why the police were defunded in the first place. Was because people have lost faith in them. And I know that's not the chief's fault. And I know the chief is a good guy. And I know there's good guys on the police force. But you need to clean your own house. You have to clean house in order to get the support of the people. Also, I think with regard to the investigations team, as an unhoused person myself, I think there's a lot more that the police could do to reach out to us. We know, as people have been saying, there are a lot of criminality in the unhoused population.
Your time is expired. Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, this is not an action item. It was a report, and unless somebody has any closing comments, we'll move on to the next item. I'm having trouble getting used to this new
Q3.
format. Yeah, Q3. Would you read that, please, Madam?
Yes.
No, it's
Yes,
Q. Q2 was taken off. Okay.
Right, Q2
Right,
was
but,
continued to the
Okay, let's
February.
move to Q3. Go ahead.
Q3 is to approve a First Amendment to an existing legal service agreement with Ellis Investigations LC to conduct personnel investigations for the city in the amount of $90,000 for a total contract amount of $100,000 for a term of December 21st, 2021 through June 30th, 2023.
Is there a staff report?
There is, sorry, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Mayor, council members, my name is Anil Comello. I'm the interim deputy city manager. This item requests an approval of $90,000 amendment to a total cost of $100,000 for legal services from Ellis Investigations LLC. The firm was initially contracted for an amount of $10,000, which is the top dollar amount for the city manager. Because we needed to begin work right away. Subsequently, we have begun to be determined that an additional amount will be necessary, and therefore coming to City Council for approval for the whole $100,000. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from council members? I don't see. Do we have any public speakers?
No, we do not.
Okay. If there are no further comments from council members, I want to say that I'm not going to support this. And the reason is that I've lost faith in the city's ability to operate investigations and to hire people to investigate. Even when we hire people to do investigations, instead of instead of putting one person on it, they put two people on it. And they charge the city twice as much as it should actually cost. So until it's been proven that the city actually has the capability of operating an investigation, I'm not going to support this.
I'll move the item.
Okay, motion by Johnson.
Yeah, could I ask the question, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Is this investigation of staff or what?
Yes, sir. It's an investigation of staff. It's a confidential investigation of staff. Yes.
Why are we not using the district attorney, the Contra Costa grand jury, even the attorney general to investigate misbehavior or whatever staff that is associated? Why do we have to pay for that when we have agencies that adequately do that function?
Because in this particular case, as in most cases where we hire investigators from the outside, they're personnel issues and they're more appropriately handled by internal staff, or in this case where it's been deemed appropriate to get an outside entity to investigate. Such cases are not usually sent, in fact, it's inappropriate to send it to grand jury and or the district attorney's office.
Well, I'm just curious as to what kind of investigations are we looking at? Are we looking at criminal behavior? Are we looking at just simple personnel behavior, misappropriating funds, or what's the necessity for the investigations? And we're voting on something I have no idea what we're investigating.
Yeah.
No.
So in general, when we either handle the investigations in-house or when we refer the investigation to an outside entity, such as a law firm in this particular case, it's usually a personnel matter. In this particular case, it could be that there may be some criminal issues may be referred, but at this point in time, we are handling it initially as a personnel matter.
All right.
Okay, any other questions from council members? I believe we had a motion and a second, right?
I'm not sure who seconded the motion.
I was the second.
Okay, second by Lachlan.
We have a public speaker, Mr. Mayor.
What?
We have one public speaker now.
I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead and call the speaker.
Jesse Turan, you may begin.
Hi, I would just like to say that I am grateful for investigations if they're in, because the political structure does have corruption, and I am grateful for investigations that look at that. And however, I do think that there should be something in place to prevent it rather than chase after it after the fact. So that might be something that the council should consider putting in place, just ways to prevent it from happening in the first place rather than get it investigated. More fiscal accountability, more oversight. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And
Okay, any other speakers?
No other speakers.
Okay, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Bates.
I abstain.
Okay. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no, Councilmember Bates abstaining.
Okay, next item is Q4. I'm sorry, Q4. Would you read that, please?
Item Q4 is to adopt a resolution of the City Council authorizing the city to enter into a legal services agreement with law firms to provide municipal law advice and to represent the city and related entities in litigation on an as-needed basis for an amount not to exceed $350,000 per firm for 3 years, beginning on January 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2025, with an option to extend agreements for 2 years.
Staff report, please.
All right, so Mayor and Council, this is our attempt to try and streamline the process a bit for legal services agreement. As you know, under the charter, the staff only has signing authority up to $10,000 per agreement. And oftentimes legal matters come up either because of litigation or the need for advice from other firms where we need to seek advice quickly. And trying to meet the council deadlines makes it hard to meet the deadlines that litigation and other matters impose. So what we tried to do here was take a cue from Public Works and Human Resources and other departments of the city where they have sort of on-call contractors. So we have it for the on-call recruiters, on-call engineers, things like that. So we did a big RFP, tried to reach out to as many firms as possible and get a wide and diverse range of folks. And so we achieved that. I think we've got 44 good responses of people. Now, this agenda item doesn't mean we're going to hire all 44 firms. We're going to hopefully cut back on the number of firms that we do have to use, but we wanted to be ready and available, have them available if we need them. This way they've sort of been pre-vetted a little bit. And the only thing when a matter comes up, we'd have to check conflicts and things like that. And speaking of conflicts, that's why I'm presenting this item, aside from the fact it was mine, from the prior city attorney and not our new interim city attorney, because he was on the list of firms who applied under the RFP. So I have asked you for authority up to 350 per firm. It doesn't have to be that much. I can understand if you don't want to do that much, but we thought, well, that's a good round number and seemed to be a nice estimate of some of the costs that we've experienced in the past. Frankly, any amount you can give us above 10,000, above 50,000, say, would be great and allow us a little bit more flexibility. We would still come back to you all for the council for budgeting purposes. This is not in any way to allow us to spend money that we don't have. Hopefully in the budget next year, we will have money so that we can hire folks appropriately and it will be very nice and transparent. And if the council would like us to prepare reports on a periodic basis on spending, we're happy to do that too. The more information we can get out there, the better.
Councilmember Bates.
I'm getting uncomfortable continuing to spend money when we have a city attorney coming aboard. And he indicated in our interview that he would be on top of these things, and he would be also a litigator, which means that we don't have adequate staff in the attorney's office to go to court and to fight various cases. The other thing that I'm concerned about, I'd like to do some research and staff provide a report indicating the kind of costs that we have been associated in legal matters over the last, say, 5-10 years. Are we deviating from a pattern that we've had in the past? Are we exceeding? Let's look at the numbers. How much money did we spend last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago on outside legal services? No one seemed to be concerned except how to spend money. Let's look at our history. And if there's evidence that we had spent X number of dollars in the last 5 years, it does give some justification for expending that kind of money today. But until I see those figures and documentation, I'm reluctant to just arbitrarily throw money out, spend it without any accountability, and especially without the new city attorney having a strong voice in terms of how we proceed in the future. So I'm not going to vote for this. I will abstain, and I would suggest this council allow the new city attorney to come forward and bring some evidence and bring some ideas as to how he would like to proceed. It's almost like making decisions and you got a city attorney coming aboard that hasn't even reviewed what's going on. So that's my position.
Yes, so we did actually want to bring this report before the new city attorney was hired because his firm would be one of the firms that could be hired. And to avoid a conflict issue there, it was our desire to get it done and approved before he was hired.
Why don't you just why don't you just take his firm off the list?
Well, that also doesn't seem very fair because he may be the best firm for some of the projects that we have.
Well, okay, Councilmember Martinez. Councilmember Martinez, go ahead.
Yes. So the recommended action is that we allow the amount not to exceed $350,000 per firm, and there's 35 firms. That means that we're allowing the legal department $12.25 million, which seems like an awful lot of money. In one of the other allotments that we had, I think there were 15 firms for $300,000 each, and we knew that you wouldn't be using all 15 firms, so we figured that. So my question was how much money do you foresee using in legal firms, and having that be the cap? I mean, still allowing 350 per firm, but having a cap on the amount of money that will be allowable, because you're not going to use all the firms and you're not going to hire all of them for 350. But if we had a cap of 6 million, half of that, you would still have a large amount of money to do your business. Would you see that as a friendly amendment?
Yes, I think that would be an excellent solution. So, and I don't think it would be that much over the years. So in total, I'd be hard pressed to say that it would be over $500,000 per year. Right now we've got some expenses with some large cases that are developer fee reimbursed. So excluding those, I think that if we had 400,000, it's probably good. One of the things that we're working with, and we were working with Teresa before she left, is trying to sort of corral the legal expenses in terms of where they are housed in the various departments. So, I'm willing to take a lower cap as long as you realize that this is just a guesstimate and not a guarantee. And happy to report to you as much as you want.
Well, then you said 4 million. I'd be willing to go that low, since that seems to be a number that you feel comfortable with. So my friendly amendment would be to have these 35 firms at 350 with a cap of a total amount of 4 million to be spent, and with the requirement that the legal department provide reports to the city council on how the money's being spent.
Well, it's not time to make a motion yet, but keep that in mind. Are there other questions or comments from council members?
I had a quick comment.
Go ahead, Councilor Willis.
Sorry, my computer glitched out. Just to the benefit of the city attorney's office, I know this issue has come up a number of times over the years, even way before some of us were on this council. So quick comment and maybe a suggestion, even though I think we've done this before. I hear back to back that our city attorneys, they're all inundated with things that they're doing, like they are literally at capacity, and the constant feedback I get is that they're doing these service agreements because there are people that have more expertise that maybe somebody doesn't necessarily have in the attorney's office. So just wanted to qualify that to see, like, this is why this makes sense to me personally. And I think it'd be a good idea for the city attorney's office to come to us to one of our study session days to do a presentation on their staffing levels, who's doing what, why they need to do these legal services agreement, and actually really stress the capacity issue that the city attorneys are actually dealing with, because I think in a way we kind of take that for granted and overlook that. And I want to try to strike a chord or find some sort of balance between the services that we contract out and the realistic expectations that we're actually getting from our offices. So just my thought.
Happy to do that.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
I'm sorry, but my hand was up before Councilmember McLaughlin's.
By all means, yeah.
Thank you. What Councilmember Willis just said was most definitely is one of the reasons why I'm going to have to abstain from this vote. I understand, but it would have been nice to get that information on the front end instead of having to request it on the back end. What I feel like you're essentially requesting is a blank check. I know it has a number on it, but it would have been nice to get more of a justification for what that looks like and where we are right now in terms of what we're spending and what's already out there. And I know that he's an applicant, but he's also our current city attorney. So to have him weigh in on and let us know, like, cases, he may be able to take some stuff off the table in terms of, like, as our current city attorney. So I'm just like, Heather, I support you. And Dave, I want to give you everything you need to be successful. But I am going to have to abstain from this just because I need more information before we go allowing millions of dollars to be spent by one department, because this is something that we're also going to have to justify to other departments too when they're asking for their version of a blank check. So just, I'd love to see it in the future, but I am going to have to abstain from it today.
And I'm happy to, I'm happy to provide whatever additional information you all want. So you don't have to, on this particular set of agreements, you don't have to approve it tonight if you're not comfortable. I'm happy to bring it back with more information.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I was just going to say I'm a little unclear on what Councilmember Martinez was suggesting versus answers that Heather gave, because I thought I heard Heather say at most you would be using $500,000 a year. And this is a 3-year, 3-year item. And so that would only mean $1.5 million in 3 years, not 4 million. So I'm getting more inclined to say we need more information. And since I'm hearing from you, Heather, that you have no problem with holding it over, I'm more inclined to go in that direction.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll use the mayor's prerogative and I'll hold this over for 2 weeks, and we can get maybe get some more answers. So anyway, that's the Councilman Willis. If you got, I'm holding it over unless you guys overrule me. But if you want to speak, go ahead, Councilman Willis.
Hey, these are one of these moments where I'm not trying to overrule you. I'm actually wanting to make an inquiry of Miss McLaughlin, Heather McLaughlin. Is 2 weeks enough time, or do you actually need more time to meet with all of us, address our concerns, and get us that information so this item can go by smoothly when it comes back?
Yes, so why don't I have a little bit more time and we'll just put it back on the agenda when we get the information, because I think we're in the middle of budget preparation and I don't know, I may need to get information from finance and they may be busy with other stuff.
Okay, and I'm available to just for meetings to go over any concerns that I heard tonight or that I may have, and get clear on some of those number items you pulled up. And thank you so much, and good idea, Vice Mayor Johnson and Councilmember McLaughlin. And Mayor Tom Butt for continuing it.
Is February 1st meeting okay?
Okay.
Edward first.
Let's move on to the next item, which is Q5, I believe.
We had one speaker for that item.
Well, we're continuing it, so they can speak when that comes back.
Okay.
All right, so this is,
Item-
sorry.
We're
Item Q-
going to Q5 now.
Item Q5 is to approve a legal services agreement with Elderington, Shermer and Murphy LLP in the amount of $100,000 of First Amendment to add $75,000 with Manning and Costs, Elrod, Ramirez and Truster LLP. A First Amendment to add $75,000 with Colantano, Smith and Watley PC. A Second Amendment to add $125,000 with McNamara, Nay, Beatty, Slatery, Borgs, and Mbacher LLP. A Second Amendment to add $50,000 with Best and Krager LLP. And a Third Amendment to add $210,000 with Allen, Glazner, Hazelwood and Worth LLP to represent the city of Richmond in pending municipal law litigation in state and federal court.
Okay, is there a staff report for this?
So these are actually contracts for work that is going on right now, mostly with litigation and some with some advisory services, like on some police records and things like that. We have either run up against the amount that's already been authorized and we need a little more to finish the projects. And we ask your permission to approve these contracts.
Are there questions from city council members? I don't see any, but I have some. So I'm looking at the staff report. It doesn't say what these people are working on. I would be interested to find out what cases they're working on.
Sure, we can get you that information. Most of them are litigation, and some of them may be working on multiple. Let's see, my other computer is turned off.
Well, it'd be nice to know what they're working on. I mean, there's probably going to be a vote tonight. So finding out what they're going to work on later, is kind of too late.
No, I was trying to find it right now, but my other computer is turned off and I have not been able to get it to go back on.
Councilmember Bates?
Well, I agree with you. There was some cases that I voted against caving in and making an award agreement. So I'm not going to vote for those cases of which I initially voted against, especially some of those police activities that the majority of the council chose to just cave in and give them what they wanted. So it's important for me to know what cases they are as well, Mr. Mayor.
Well, maybe we ought to hold this over too till we get more information. I'll hold this over for 2 weeks, and we can get more information about what the cases are. Okay, let's go to the next one, which is going to be Q6.
Q6 get
You're
hold
muted,
up.
Miss Pam.
Thank you. Q6 was continued to the 18th, around Q7. Item Q7 is to receive a presentation and report on the city of Richmond's.
Oh, you took Q6 off. Okay, let's go to 7.
Is to receive a presentation and report on the city of Richmond's 2021 community service survey results and provide directions to staff as appropriate.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is LaShonda White, and I'm the Interim Library and Community Services Director, and here to provide a presentation to you on the 2021 Community Survey results. KCRT, if you would not mind and be so kind as to share the PowerPoint. Thank you so much. Right. So the city of Richmond has enrolled in the National Research Centers, which is also called NRCs, their National Citizen Survey every 2 years since 2007. So this is our 8th survey. And NRC is a public research firm focused on public sector information needs and collaborates with the International City County Management Association, or ICMA. NRC has a benchmark database which holds hundreds of thousands of resident opinions, making it the largest of its kind in the United States. A few years ago, NRC merged with POCO, which is an online community engagement polling platform to give public sector organizations the data they need to make more informed decisions. Next slide. So the survey results can be used as a tool to do many things. It can assess the quality of community life and services provided to residents. It can help us gather information on resident use of services and also track the perceptions of service quality and community amenities. It can help us make informed decisions about service delivery and how to allocate resources, including helping to inform budget spending priorities. And then it also helps us compare results from previous years to measure change over time. Next slide. In the past, NRC would mail out paper surveys to 3,000 randomly selected households. And I have information in terms of the response rate from all the different years. And so what you're going to see for this year is a response rate that looks lower, but the number is actually almost equivalent to previous years. So for 2021, we had the survey go out in 2 phases, which we've done since 2017. Phase 1 is a random sample survey where we give NRC a map of the city of Richmond. They get all of the addresses and they do a random sample of all households, all addresses in Richmond, and they would select a number of households. In the past, they've done 3,000 because that was their model then. They did 3,000 and they would mail out paper surveys to all 3,000 residents. In 2020, NRC changed their methodology slightly, and so their mailing methodology. And so what they have done is they have done a hybrid model where they still mail out paper surveys, but then they provide opportunities for more residents to provide input online. It's still randomly random samples. And so in 2021, NRC mailed out 8,200 mailers to households. So that increased it substantially from our 3,000 mailers that we usually send out. And of those 8,200 mailers, over about 1,200 households received mailers that also have the paper survey attached to them. And then the remaining almost 7,000 households received a mailer informing them of the opportunity to participate in the survey only online. So the primary reason for this shift for NRC was to allow them to reach more households for about the same cost to jurisdictions. So our cost on an annual basis was actually cheaper in 2021 than it had been in previous years. And the number of households that received a paper copy went up, or went down, but the number of households overall went up to 8,200. So our hope was that this shift, and their hope also was that this shift would increase our response rate, both the number of respondents and the percentage. But that did not happen for the city of Richmond in terms of the percentage. So we have a 6% response rate. So for the random sample survey, we had 453 responses. In comparison, just so you have a sense of, and the reason the response rate is lower, the percentage is lower, is because the number of households selected was higher in 2021. So in 2019, as an example, when we had 3,200 households reached, we had 463 responses, about the same. But once again, the percentage is changing because of the larger household, the larger number of mailers sent out. And then in 2017, in comparison, we had 345 random surveys from households from the random survey sample received. So with that, we got a 4.6 margin of error. And it really is important to understand what that margin of error means when looking at survey results. So the margin of error really talks about the precision of the results. So the margin of error is dependent on the number of responses you get to your survey And as the number of responses increases, the margin of error goes down. So a larger number of completed surveys will yield a smaller, more precise margin of error, while a smaller number of surveys yields a larger margin of error. And for us, we have a 4.6 margin of error. And so what that means is as we go through the survey results, and as you look at survey results on your own, you could conclude that when 60% of survey respondents report that a particular service is either good or excellent, that somewhere between 54.4 and 64.6% of all residents are likely to feel that way. So that's what that margin of error means. And then also the NRC, what they did with these surveys results were the data was statistically weighted based on our population, and all the results are based on ratings that are only for the respondents that answered questions. Community demographics play a huge role in our survey responses. So what NRC has shared with us is that communities like Richmond that have higher percentage of renters, more people who speak English as a second language, more people of color, more low-income communities actually have a lower response rate than communities with different demographics. And then information that we're going to talk about tonight, and that's in the report, is based on positive ratings. So that's usually good or excellent. And then we did phase 2 of the survey, which was open to anybody who was interested in responding. And we got 418 responses, and that was only online. Both surveys were available, both phases were available for individuals in both English and Spanish. And if anyone who received an online survey really wanted a paper survey, they could contact us and we would mail out a paper survey to them. Next slide. So here's just an overview of our outreach. We really try every year, every time we do the survey, to reach as many people as we can. So for phase 1, which is the random sample survey, 8,200 mailers were sent out. And they didn't just get, those households didn't just get one mailer, they received 3. So they would receive a first one that says, "You've been selected, please be on the lookout." Then they would get another one to say, if they got the paper survey, you received the paper, here's your paper survey, please fill it out. And then they would receive a third mailing that would give them another opportunity to do the paper survey. And then for those who have the opportunity online, they had multiple mailers mailed to them also. We also put it in the weekly report every week. We utilized every resource that we had available to us as city staff, which includes email listservs. So we have listservs for community-based organizations and just residents who are interested in other activities of the city. We use those listservs. We posted it on KCRT. So thank you to KCRT. We had it on our website. We use social media, Facebook, Instagram. We asked people to post it on their social media sites. We actually printed flyers because some spaces were open. We were able to drop off flyers if they were events. There weren't many during this time because it did happen during COVID, where we took our survey during COVID. So our results do reflect the fact that people were responding during COVID and when people were sheltered in place. And so, but we did do as much flyer distribution as we could, put it in our community service facilities, as well as our library. And then we did just outreach to our neighborhood councils and others. Next slide, please. This just shows you the difference in respondents based on demographics. And so you can see from our random survey to our open. So it's relatively similar in terms of the percentage of individuals within the different demographic categories that responded to both surveys. Next slide. Now I want to get into some of the highlights that we found from the survey. And there's so much information in the survey report and online. And so I'm just going to touch the surface of some of those results. So one is that I'm going to highlight are some positive trends. I always like to look at the positive and show that we did have improvement in some numerous service areas from when we started the survey back in 2007 to when we did our most recent survey in 2021. Also, what NRC found were that safety is a focus area for the city of Richmond. So we're going to look at some results there. The economy is also an area of opportunity for the city, an area that we can focus on. Government performance rating and resident engagement did decline over time. And as I stated earlier, in terms of the resident engagement piece, I think we can understand that because of when the survey was conducted. And then if we chose to compare ourselves to the national benchmark, which NRC, because they do this for many jurisdictions nationwide, they have a database of other jurisdictions that are taking the same survey. So we have standard set of questions, which allows us to compare ourselves with our results with other communities. Our ratings are lower than when compared to national benchmarks, but I won't be highlighting those because I like to focus on us. Next slide, please. So here's a few positive trends. And so what you'll see here, and I just highlighted some, overall quality of life, or your neighborhood as a place to live. Is Richmond a place for you to retire? Overall appearance. You can see the results. This is based on positive ratings of good or excellent. You can see the change between 2007 and 2021. So you see for each of these, there is an increase. And so I really want to focus on that and show that I feel like there's so much that we should be really proud of, that we have, our residents are seeing a difference in some of these areas, and we have higher ratings. What you do see, however, is between like 2017, 2019, and 2021, you see a decrease. So we were going up, and then you see a slight decrease in those years. But as I stated before, between 2019 and 2021, in terms of when the surveys were completed, 2021 survey, once again, was completed during COVID.
LaShawna, can I ask you a question while you have that slide up? So
yes, sir.
So the title of the slide is Positive Trends. And if you compare 2021 to 2007, that's true.
Yes.
If you compare 2021 to 2019, the declines have been precipitous. So why do you call that a positive trend? That sounds like a danger signal to me.
I understand. And so what I tried to preface the slide with was that I was focusing on 2007 to 2021. And so that I was focusing on that, but I did just mention the fact that you do see, I acknowledge that you do see a decline between 2019 results and 2021. But I also stated that part of that could be the fact that people were responding during COVID in 2020. But you are correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next slide.
Richmond's still the place to live, though.
So Richmond as a place to live, work, and play. And so this is, I always think this is interesting. So what you see here is the fact that people, when they rate Richmond as a place to live, is increased. So we talked about that in the last slide, that you see from 2007, it starts to go, it goes up on a continuous basis every year that we do the survey through 2017. It kind of flattens out in 2019, and then it goes down in 2021. But I'm focusing on the positive and the fact that we do see an increase between 2007 and 2021. And what is always interesting to me is when people think about Richmond as a place to live compared to their neighborhood as a place to live, neighborhood ratings are always higher than Richmond as overall. So people feel better about their neighborhood. They feel, maybe safer in their neighborhood. They maybe have more community in their neighborhood than all of Richmond. So the ratings for their neighborhood, as you can see in the chart, the graph next to it, start out at a higher level. And there is an increase between 2007 and 2021. And for those who, when we asked, would you recommend Richmond? I am happy to say that it's a small increase, but it's an increase nonetheless. So between 2019 and 2021, it went up 1 percentage point, but it went up 22 percentage points from 2007. So more people would recommend Richmond as a place to live. And I do not blame them. It is a wonderful place. And when asked if they would remain here for the next 5 years, we see still in the 70% range of individuals that say they would do that. And we saw a 15% increase from 2007. Next slide. So this is a question around safety. So in terms of some highlights where we said safety is an area that our residents want us to, that we could focus on and our residents want us to focus on. Here's where you see that same phenomenon with regards to how safe people feel in their neighborhood versus their overall feeling of safety. So there's slightly different questions that were asked, and then the scale that they were using to answer that question is different. But you see that when there is a slight drop between 2019 and 2021, but you see such a difference in how safe people feel in their neighborhood versus how safe they feel overall in general or in Richmond. And when asked about how safe people feel in downtown, you see that there is an increase. So I know we've been doing a lot of work around with Main Street and trying to do other things to revitalize downtown. And so we have seen an increase from 2007. So we want to keep up that great work. Next slide. Looking at the economy, that was another highlight that NRC found that's another focus area for us. And so here are just a few of the survey questions that were asked and some of the differences in responses between 2007. I pulled out 2019 and 2021. So when we look at, I'll just do a few shopping opportunities, that has been pretty stagnant. And so we have some work to do there in terms of providing more opportunities for shopping, but I know we are working on it. Employment opportunities, that went down. And once again, this is, I feel like, a really good time to realize between 2019 and 2021, all of these went down or stayed the same, but this is once again during COVID. And so we know that the impact of COVID for our community, not only just, across the world, but for our community and communities like Richmond, our residents were really hard hit. And our businesses also took a hard hit during that time. So economic development, you see a substantial decrease from 21% to 12%. And just overall image and reputation of Richmond. This is our lowest rated survey question here. It always has been. So in 2007, when people got to say how, if it was good or excellent, we only got a 4% rating for those who felt that way. It went up. We were really excited about that 13% in 2019. It went down again to 9%. So I know we're doing a lot in terms of the city manager is one of their focuses is around the built environment and blight and beautification. And I know our public works director is working on that too. And the city is really focused on that. And so hopefully all of the work that we're doing and the focus that we're putting into that can help us increase that rating. And I know we're doing a lot of focus around economic development and more community development. Next slide, please. So what we also found was for government and participation, which would be the next two slides, we saw a decrease, a substantial decrease between 2019 and 2021, and even for some of these between 2007 and 2021. So these are a number of questions that are asked every year around how people feel about government and the services they receive and the value of the services for their taxes paid. So we can see that there is a decline in terms of how welcoming people feel, in terms of involvement here. The overall direction the city of Richmond is taking, there's been a decline there. And the services provided by Richmond, we saw an increase from 2007, but a decrease from 2019. And then the value of services for the taxes paid within government declined from 2007 to 2019, as well as from to 2021. So I think that was just important to highlight. NRC also found that when they did their analysis, that was an area for us to look at and focus on. Next slide. Participation. This was about engagement and how engaged residents felt and how connected they felt to community. And so this to me is, we can explain this partially, in my opinion, based on the fact that, once again, the survey results were collected during COVID. And so you can see like attending special events and festivals, that makes sense. We didn't have many things going on, so people didn't feel very connected and have the ability to do that during 2021. So you see that substantially dropped to 18%. But, overall, our residents, have felt connected to community in 2019. We still had some work to do there, but we saw a decrease in 2021. So hopefully as things get better and we can have more opportunities to engage with each other, we can see that those survey ratings increase. Next slide. So here's a policy question that we ask every year. So we created this question, we've been asking it since 2007. I think NRC liked this question so much, I'm going to give us credit that they actually created a similar question that is now part of all of their surveys. They won't give us credit, but I think it's us because it's such a great question in terms of asking our residents, what is the top issue that they want our city council, our city to focus on in the next 2 years? We do give them a list. They don't have the opportunity to fill anything in. So we give them a list of about 15 items. And here are the top 6. And the reason you have 6 is because there's some ties for third and fourth place. So reducing crime is at 88%. 88% of our residents said that that is something we should focus on. They said it was very important or essential for the city to address. That has been the number one issue since we've been asking this question. So that has not changed. The percentage rate may change, but it's always number one. What came in, we added this one, but just because of what was going on, improving the city's financial stability, that came in at 84%, tied for third at 80%, is providing more quality affordable housing and addressing blighted properties. And then 79%, so tied for fourth, is improving environmental quality and increasing economic development activities. So we saw, you can, from what I shared earlier in terms of some of the survey results and some of what NRC found as areas for us to focus on, and the ratings that we received in some of these areas do correlate and connect with the areas that people want us to focus on. So we have opportunities there for growth. Next slide. So there, I just highlighted a few of the survey results, but there is so much information in the report. And then there's also now this new online, you can go to the next slide. There's this new online version of the report that is interactive and is really fun to use. And I encourage all of you to go on it. And there's a link in the staff report, and it's some simple directions on our webpage about how to utilize that. But you can, instead of having to look at the whole report, which is attached to your agenda item, you can go online and click a tab and say, I want to look at issues around health or environment or around public safety. And it'll take you to the results for that. And it gives you a few years of comparison data. So it's actually really interesting. And then you also have the opportunity to look at, you can go to the next slide, please. You also can compare survey results for the random sample survey based on these different characteristics. And so I think that's really interesting. So we collect demographic information as part of the survey. And so you can toggle and say, I want to look at how people felt about recreation services based on their age. And we, NRC broke it out by 3 different age groups. And so you can see how people felt between the age of 18 and 35, and then people over 55. So you can get a sense of how do people feel based on these different categories or connections that they have or demographic. And so you can look at it based on number of years in Richmond. You can look at it based on what area you live in. So we did split out and ask people to respond to the survey, or we sent out mailers based on areas. So we broke the city out in 9 areas. And you can look to see, is there a difference between where people live and how they feel about a certain service? You can look at if the data based on housing tenure and housing type. Are there differences in results based on if people own property or if they rent, or how long they have been in Richmond? So it's just really, really interesting data. I encourage everyone to look at it and play with the online resource. Next slide, please. And this just shows you the map and how we broke it out. And I've gotten some questions about why didn't we use the districts? But because we're going through our redistricting process right now, and I know some of the lines may change. By the time we do the next survey in 2023, if council would like for us to do one at that time, then we can talk about either continuing to use the geographic areas we've used in the past, which allows for some comparison, or we can move to the council districts once we know after the redistricting process. So I just wanted to highlight and show you how we broke up the survey based on neighborhoods. Next slide. So in terms of next steps, part of the work that I do is I look at the survey results. I always think they're really interesting. I definitely have more research and analysis to do and play with, and I will be doing that. want to make the results accessible. So we're presenting the information and the results as much as possible, making sure we get to city council as we are tonight. It is on our website, access to the report, as well as the report and the tool online. And then people can go online and also look at all the results from 2007 every year to 2021. We do include our results in various city documents. So I can say we included results from past surveys in our Richmond Fund for Children and Youth Strategic Investment Plan and Community Needs Assessment. I know Health and All Policies report has community survey results in it. Departments use results in grant applications. And so it's various ways that departments are utilizing the survey results. And I will be presenting to different groups such as the management leadership teams or department directors. I presented to the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth Oversight Board. I've been asked to present to the Employment and Training Workforce Investment Board. And so others are interested in having presentations made as time allows, I can do that, but it's so much great information there. If we wanted to do additional surveys, now that NRC has connected with POCO, which has an online platform, we can develop smaller surveys and put them online and have people respond. And so we want to do more of that. And of course, further analysis. There's, like I said, there's such a wealth of information. And so, to be able to look at this information based on, for departments, Public Works could look at it because there's information about streets and lights and how people feel about that, and recreation could be looking at it. And so there's so much information that departments, community, businesses could be looking at this information. And then if wanted, at an extra cost, we could have additional sessions with council or with staff, with NRC staff that have wealth of knowledge. This is what they do every day. And if we wanted them to come back to city council and present, or have sessions with staff or others, we could do that. Next slide. That concludes my presentation. Once again, information for 2021, as well as all previous surveys are online. And we have a really wonderful online tool that, unless asked, I won't share tonight, but please go check it out.
Questions or comments from city council members? Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, Lashanda, for the wonderful presentation and to hear that this is great. I just have a few questions. One is about the data. So you mentioned, do you have a percentage of in the sample where you email, how many of the demographic and the economic data of the sample, and then versus the same information to the ones who respond, like age, economy?
Sorry, I was unmuted. So yes, there is information in terms of the individuals who we don't know who we sent the survey data to because it was random. So we just know it was a random sample of 8,200 households of all households in Richmond. So we just know the area to which we sent those surveys to. If people responded to the survey and then chose to answer our demographic questions, that gave us information about who responded. So we do have information for both the random sample survey, as well as the open survey. And I would have to, I don't have all of that in front of me, but I can provide that.
Yeah, that would be good to see, like renters versus homeowners and all of that. That would be great.
Okay, I can work on that.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned something that is true. We see these results in a time where COVID is hitting our communities. Of course, we will have some difference of opinion and feelings. And as we continue, COVID is not done, and we are in another wave of another variant here. So I'm glad that you are also showing that. I got distracted. But okay, my question about the public safety. is you mentioned like people feel safety, like safer, like when different respondents when you talk about the neighborhoods versus the city overall. Do you know like what if there was a question or were some question about what safety means for people in Richmond? And if you have that response.
So we don't. So for a lot of these questions, you won't know the why, right? We don't define what safety means. We don't define even what downtown means, right? There's some things that it's up to the individual that's responding to define it for themselves. And so I don't. We did not provide that as a definition, so I don't know how different people define safety, and we don't know why, right? We have the how, like how do you feel? To get down to the why would require some additional, focus groups or survey questions, and we would just have to ask different questions.
Yeah, because you mentioned like it was interesting for me to hear that people were feeling safer in downtown, and you mentioned all the other amenities and all the work that the city of Richmond has been doing for over the years to make sure that actually people were feeling like that. So it's about also the building environment, the neighbors, and also as you mentioned as well, like we need to and I know that the interim city manager is focusing on that, how we take care of the environment, or environment in the city, so people feel more that they belong to the city, and so meaning the city is without that much trash. We also are working really hard on all these controversial issues around public safety. And I'm glad to hear, for instance, that today we approve the ONS schedule. We can have the 8 more people in the department, so we continue to make sure that public safety is an issue that we take seriously here. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
No, yeah, it's like Papa Joe Fisher always say, Richmond is the promised land, and those polls most definitely shows that. Thank you for your hard work and all of the, all of the stuff that your staff is doing in order to bring those results to life and to make sure that we actually put them into action. Really just wanted to compliment you and make the statement that, something that didn't show up, but something that I most definitely see as I travel throughout the Bay Area. Richmond kind of dictates the culture in the Bay Area. Like everybody wants to be affiliated or somewhat connected to Richmond. And so like I think that's something that, when you ask the question, like, would you recommend this city to anyone else? Or how do you feel about this city? I think that can most definitely be seen. When you leave Richmond and people are like, oh, you from Richmond? Like they get kind of excited when they hear you from Richmond. And so, it's very nice to see those, well, of course, like with the recent polling from the pandemic polling is going to, of course, be different. But, looking at some of those earlier numbers from 2019, I'm really excited about the post-pandemic future of Richmond, because then we'll be able to get back to those special events and those community service and volunteer opportunities that people have come to be so attached to. But fantastic job. I commend you for still taking this on in the middle of a pandemic, because we all know from GSPP that when you poll in this type of environment, you're going to get skewed results. So big ups to you for that and your department. I'm very excited to see how community services incorporates a lot of these results into the services that we deliver for our residents. So thank you again.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Johnson. And I just want to say NRC every single year compliments Richmond on the fact that we, number one, in the beginning, even wanted to do a survey, and that we continue to do this survey because they say Usually what they'll see are jurisdictions that do surveys or jurisdictions that know what results they're going to get. And that when they get negative results, they kind of stop the survey and they don't continue. But we have continued to do our survey every year and see and get our results. And so NRC just always is amazed that we continue to do that. And so I just wanted to share that with everyone. Thank you.
Councilor Willis.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll be brief. And there's already been a lot of comments that are said that I won't repeat. But thank you, LaShonda, for presenting the survey. And I did take a look at the more comprehensive survey. And yeah, I'm going to still have to look at that some more because it is very comprehensive. I just was like, whoa, okay. I hate to say it, it's just something deep in my heart. I might be raining on the parade a little bit, so forgive me. But a couple of takeaways that I couldn't help but think about is I doing door knocking and just seeing people come in and out of the city over the years. I have heard similar comments to the survey, like new people who come in and move in. It was like, yeah, I never knew how great a place Richmond was. It is so beautiful and so great to be here. And then at the same time, when we do go to some community events, when I go to community events like Richmond on the Main or other places, and we get to talking about the community, I can't help but always recall people that says, oh yes, I used to live in this community, but for some reason I got displaced. I had to move out and I haven't been able to come back officially as a resident, but I still come back because this is my city. And I can't help but feel like where their voices represented, and especially people who have been here for decades, 2 decades, but for some reason could no longer be here and have barriers getting back here. It makes me somewhat sad that some of those folks who have been here for some of that struggle and transformation of Richmond can't be the ones to participate in the survey. And it also hurts me because when I know people at that level of investment and new people are reaping the benefits of what so many others have worked towards or had to experience first before Richmond got to the place it needed to be. So that's just was in my heart this entire time as you were speaking, but I don't know if there's a way to re-engage with people. That might be a logistical nightmare, but in an idealistic Melvin fantasy world, I would love to hear from people who may have got displaced, but still come back and see how they feel about Richmond. And I know those survey results, margin of error, and I'd like to talk to you more one-on-one about that because I know getting people to respond to a survey with all the mail and clutter that comes on a daily basis is also a logistical nightmare. But I'm wondering, what if there's a challenge that out of those 8,200 surveys that were sent out, we got 416 responses. What if in the next 2 years we try to increase that to 500 responses and 600 responses just to get more nuanced ideas and opinions? Because there's one thing that I firmly believe in Richmond is we are 110,000 strong and 110,000 strong opinions that veer off in different directions. And we all have different unique perspective that does make Richmond a challenging and unique and beautiful place to live. So just making it a goal to get more responses in just to collect all those unique voices would be a personal goal I want. Sorry for the raining on the parade a little bit. I just want to commend the great work that you are done and just want to see more out of it, just to see like what else are people thinking and saying, especially with the new challenges ahead. And it is positive to see that people still have great things to say about Richmond, even despite some of the challenges we have and the pandemic. So once again, thank you so much. And if there's any way to make my dream overly idealistic list come true in some way or fashion, I am here for it. And I want to work towards that too.
Thank you, council member. I just wanted to make 2 points. So in the open survey, which is phase 2, it's open to all Richmond residents, but also there's a category there where we ask people where do they live. And there is a category where we allow people to say, I don't live in Richmond. And so, and it's separated and disaggregated by that if you wanted to look at it that way. So that is an opportunity. When it's open to all, anybody, of course, can do the survey. We do try and push it out to Richmond residents. But in that case, if there were a group of people that recently left but still wanted to provide feedback, or that they work here, or recreate here, they could respond to the survey. And in terms of increasing our participation rate, I am looking and appreciate any and all help to do that. So 2023, when we do it again, any help that we can get to push out the survey, especially for the open survey, I am looking for that assistance. So thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Talk about it.
Thank you. Yes, I have a question and then a couple comments. So first of all, thank you, LaShonda, for the great presentation. My question is, was there a question as to level of income? Like, are you in this range of income or this range or this range? Was that one of the questions or the data collected?
I remember that it used to be, let me confirm that for you before the end of, if I can't do it before the session, I will get back to you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And a couple of comments. I know it stated that in 2019, there were people felt services weren't as good. And I'm also recalling that there was some big budget cuts in 2019. Maybe that accounted for some of that. And also, and this is on the demographics, which would also apply to the income if that indeed was one of the questions, because the response rate seems to have been lower than previous years in terms of in this survey, white people, people over the age of 55, and homeowners were overrepresented. Is that correct? Compared to previous years?
Sorry about that. So I didn't compare for the demographic. The one table that I shared was just the demographic in terms of race and ethnicity for just from the open compared to the random. So I'm not sure how the response rates for different demographics compared from 2021 to other years. I would have to look into that. I was able to just pull up the actual survey, and there is a question in the survey with regards to
income.
And we asked, how much do you anticipate your household's total income before taxes will be for the current year? And we asked people to include their total income for all sources for all persons living in the household. And it goes from less than 25,000 to 150,000 or more. So there's 6 different ways that people can select and answer that question.
And do you have the breakdown of how many respondents were in each category of income?
I don't, but what I can do is include that in the demographic information that I provide. I'll send it out and put it online to answer the question also that Councilmember Jimenez asked.
Right.
I don't have that at the moment.
Probably to send to all of us.
Yes, I will do that.
Yeah. Thank you, LaShonda. Again,
you're welcome.
Really nice presentation. Thank you. It sounds like you really, your analysis brain really gets into this stuff and does a great job. So thank you.
I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Data is fun. Data is fun.
Councilmember Bates.
Data is fun.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. LaShonda, what was the cost of this survey?
It was a little bit under 25,000, which is usually is close to 30. So it was a little less than it has been in previous years.
Well, unlike my colleagues, the survey, in my opinion, was a disappointment. No reflection on staff. You did probably everything you could to get as many people, and I'm quite sure you did, because as I listened to the various techniques that you use everything possible. Yet the community, something like 6% respond, doesn't speak very well of, in my opinion, the attitude of the community. Take for an example, if we had an election tomorrow and we get 6-8%, I think that would show a tremendous amount of apathy and unconcern and so forth. So I think this city has a long ways to go to restore some degree of confidence, and respect in responding to the community for them to begin to engage and to participate in any survey or participate in local government as we hope they would. So, like I say, I'm not as enthusiastic as some of my colleagues in pumping your chest and talking about how great Richmond is, because the survey reflects a serious concern about safety and the services that are rendered by the city to the citizenry. And I know we got a pandemic and all of that, but we've got to do better. That's the bottom line. And if you council members don't see what I see, we're in serious trouble. We got to do better in responding to the community and making them feel safe and secure in this community. And I noticed that some of it had to do with the attitude of development in the business community. People ignoring it. People are moving out of this city. And if this is a reflection of the 6%, and we find that businesses are moving out, this city, as I indicated, got to do better to retain the businesses and retain the quality of the citizenry that reside in the city. And I'd like for the Chamber of Commerce or someone to begin to take a look and do a survey of people moving away from the city and asking them exactly just why. The realtors, we may ought to try to work with them and get a response from, why are you leaving Richmond? And at the same time, let's look at how many coming in. I think we need to look at both leaving Richmond and coming to Richmond. So thank you. That's my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Bates. Mayor, you are muted.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to make my comments. Do we have public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do. We have two.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a little bit of history that maybe Councilmember Bates will share with me. There were some of us on the city council back in the early 2000s who were advocating to start this process. We thought it'd be a really useful tool to have an opportunity to measure on an ongoing basis how satisfied people are with all kinds of different things that were going on in Richmond. And I believe it was when Isaiah Turner was city manager, we had a discussion about this, and he counseled the city council. He said, let's hold off on this a few years. He said, if we do it right now, we're going to get some really bad ratings, and people are going to feel bad about the city, and they're going to feel bad about us, and it's all going to be negative. He said, I think things are going to get better. Let's hang on for a couple of years, then maybe we'll do it. Well, we didn't do it in a couple of years. We actually didn't start till 2007 when Bill Lindsay was city manager, and he actually embraced it. He thought it was something that would really be a useful tool. And so we started this in 2007, and we've been at it now for 14 years. And it's, people have talked about how, the effect that COVID had on this, but I'll tell you something. From 2007 through 2020, 13 years, this city made steady progress, sometimes remarkable progress in this survey, and that was through a time that was, equal to or worse than the COVID thing. We went through the
You're muted, Mayor.
Thank you. Richmond had an unemployment rate of 18%. Foreclosures were rampant. I mean, times were really bad, but the the ratings people kept giving us in those surveys year after year during those very difficult times kept going up. And this to me, I'll look forward to this every 2 years because it was a validation of what we were doing, and we were making steady progress, and it was something to be proud of, but at the same time to try to do better. Now you're not going to like what I have to say, but after 13 years of steady and remarkable progress, the city took a hard left turn, and all of the quality of life related ratings took a precipitous nosedive. And I think my personal opinion is I think that's reflective of the attitude of the city council that came on board at that time. If you look at the priorities that LaShonda showed, the highest priority was reduce crime, 88%. So while that's the highest priority of 88% of the people, what did the city council do? They dumped on the police. They defunded the police department. And, it's no wonder they got bad ratings. And then the two of the other high areas were homes and increasing economic development. So that was 80% for homes, affordable homes, and 79% for increasing economic development. So what did the city council do? They became anti-business, anti-housing, anti-development, and they're now fighting, and now they're trying to undo two major projects that have 6,000 housing units in them together. So my take on this is that I'm very, very disappointed in the downturn of these ratings, but at the same time, I'm not surprised. I think you reap what you sow. And the remarks of council members have been kind of like feeling the elephant. Every council member takes what they want to take out of this to validate whatever their particular political position is. But I take this as a very serious warning sign. I think we're going the wrong direction. I think it's clear that the majority of Richmond residents are not happy with the way the city's going, and they want to see change. And they want to see change for the better. They don't want to see the city continue to go downhill like it's going now. So with that, let's hear. Go
Mr.
ahead.
Mayor, really quickly, but wouldn't you agree that this is why we need these type of polls so we can know like the areas where we need to improve, and if we need to reverse course or do something different? Wouldn't you agree that like taking these type of temperature checks, even if it is just a mere 6%, which is actually really good in a city of over 100,000 people, and during the time of COVID, I know you said that doesn't mean anything, but as someone who actually went to policy school, that means a lot. But wouldn't you say like these type of polls actually like help us understand where we are and what we need to do in order to improve our ratings versus like only wanting to do them when they tell us how good we're doing and how great we are? Like wouldn't you agree that like this is going to help us improve in certain areas? I mean, I know we all have our different opinions on what that improvement looks like, but to say that this wasn't useful, I think it's kind of far-fetched, because even if I'm not saying you said that. I'm just saying like that attitude towards the polling, that like this is terrible. I mean, even if the news isn't great, the fact that we know now, and we have some type of idea of like how the people are feeling about our decision making and about what we're doing, I think that counts for something. Even if it isn't the greatest news in the world, I still see that as fantastic that we know. Instead, because a lot of times when the city council meetings, we get the same 5 people calling in, but to know that we have over 453 people who are interested in some of these topics, I think it warrants a greater discussion, don't you?
I totally agree. I totally agree with you. I mean, the sampling is no different than any scientifically run political poll.
Right.
They do that all the time. And
right.
a 6% sample, if it's randomly done and scientifically done, is just
It's
as
good.
accurate. It's just as accurate as a
Yeah.
60% sample.
Right.
See
So,
what
so,
the
so I'm sorry,
difference-
Claudia. I'm glad. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we were on
Okay.
that same page because I was kind of misconstruing what you were saying. So it's good to know that we both agree that, no matter what no matter if the polls are up or down, it's good that we have this information, especially our community services department, because now our community services department knows what kind of services our community is looking for. So, hey.
if your poll numbers are all going the wrong direction, who was the pastor that used to come into the city council and say, if you always do what you always done, you're always going to get what you always got, or something like that. And I think this is an opportunity for the council to do some introspection, and see if they're headed the right direction, or if they just want to do what they've been doing and see the poll numbers keep going down. So let's call the public speaker.
I want
hold
to
on.
say-
You just go. I think at that point, that's when the public decides to hire or fire us in November, right?
And I just wanted to say that this is what I asked for the representation. And the result of this is that homeowners and white people over 55% were overrepresented in this. So I wonder is young folks, people of color, immigrant community, undocumented community, where is the result? So we are just talking here about a result, which is good, and we are hearing it. But don't forget that also the sample is overrepresenting one side of the population, and we are a more diverse community with more renters, 49% of communities of color here. So we need to also know that the sample is an example, and we need to look other, open it up so it's more representative of the entire community. Thank you.
That's my remark about feeling the elephant. Council members look at this and they see what they want to see, and they see it validated.
You also do it, and you read some analysis around that is the same. So everybody is hearing, but what I want to know is that we really are hearing everybody, renters, immigrant communities, the Black community, homeowners, and other part of the particular in Richmond. And I just pointed out that the responses of these surveys is overrepresenting homeowners and white people over 50 years old.
Okay, if that's what you want to believe, go ahead.
It's the data. It's not me, it's the data.
Go ahead, Gail.
Yeah, I just want to pretty much echo that by saying that, first of all, polls aren't always accurate. We know that. I mean, Hillary Clinton was projected to win, as we know, in 2016. But also the demographics speak for themselves in this poll, the overrepresentation. And the reason I was asking about income level, because I suspect that higher income levels were also overrepresented. I don't have that information yet, but it's really important that we find ways to reach out to those who are struggling the most, income level, people of color, young people. That certainly needs to be, we need to find ways to reach them so we can have a more accurate poll. That's it.
Okay, LaShonda.
Thank you. I did want to just point out that we have in past years seen where what you're stating in terms of whites and people of higher incomes and people who are seniors, there is a higher response rate. We have seen that. And so what we have done, what I have asked for the past few years, is oversampling in our communities of color, our communities in Richmond, our central areas in Richmond, where we know more renters, more people of color, more individuals, lower incomes. And I ask for oversampling in those areas because we know that overall across the nation, when we do surveys, what we know is that people in certain demographics don't respond well to surveys and others do. And so I have tried every single year to have more surveys go out in certain communities so we can hopefully get a higher percentage of respondents from those communities that we're talking about that we know we do want to hear from and that do sometimes have a harder time responding or don't respond as often to community surveys. So I just wanted to let you all know that we do try and mitigate that.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you call the public speakers, please?
Yes, go right ahead, Sabrina.
The three speakers we have are Sean Donning, Lisa Johnson, and Naomi Williams. Sean Dunning, you may go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Ms. White, for that presentation. This is indeed fascinating information. I just want to share a few perspectives that maybe weren't obvious to everyone. First of all, the 6% is only 6% of those who got the survey. It actually represents 0.005% of residents of Richmond. And actually, I'm sorry, adults of Richmond. So the survey presumably was only answered by adults. Looking at the US Census data online right now, I'm looking at 116,000 residents in Richmond. You take out the under 18-year-olds and it gives you 83,842 adults in Richmond. Of that 83,000, what I'd like you to think of is, think of 1 square mile. How many people in 1 square mile actually responded to this survey? The answer would be about 15. Think about the city blocks in your neighborhood. How many people in your, say, 2 to 5 blocks around you answered the survey? It would be 1. So, you know, the word democracy has come up a lot tonight, but I think the most telling figure on the survey is the question about welcoming residents' involvement. And this isn't a dig at the leadership. It's highlighting the leadership challenge that we all have. If 23% are, or if residents are saying that you know they're only 23% satisfied with how well the government welcomes their involvement, I think that's a really, really important thing for us all to consider. So I think, you know, Council Member Willis raised this good point earlier. A lot of you spoke to this. We all need to do a better job of doing whatever it takes to get people involved. And the last point would be a longitudinal survey where you actually follow people with IDs. That would be fascinating and give us a lot more interesting data too. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. And thank you, LaShonda, for your presentation tonight. You know, as a scientist, I always appreciate data. And I hope that the city will continue to do this survey going forward. I think it's invaluable. Apart from how voters vote, this is one of the most important pieces of data to give council members and city staff feedback. I actually wish the city would conduct more surveys, including how many people and businesses are thinking of leaving Richmond, and more importantly, why. Thank you, Councilmember Bates and Mayor Butt, for reviewing the data with a sober and realistic lens. I think it is important to highlight that when people felt most safe, it was in approximately 2014 and 2015, which was the peak of Magnus's community policing model and the lowest number of homicides at 11. In 2007, we had 47 homicides, and that was the starting point of some of LaShonda's graphs. Based on Chief Tyrona's report tonight and the current decrease, my gut tells me that we are heading backwards to 2007 regarding crime level and how people feel about living in Richmond. When you look at safety, only 20% of respondents rated it as good or excellent in 2021. I also think it's important to not gloss over how the low percentages are reflecting an excellent or good rating for several categories. It's not just that some of the numbers presented tonight have slightly declined. It is important to look at all of the data and see how low the numbers have actually been since 2015. There are some areas where the numbers are better, for example, mobility, community design, and utility infrastructure. However, many areas reflect a need for significant improvement. One case in point is overall confidence in Richmond government, which only 14% of respondents rated it as good or excellent. But these numbers similarly hold low for safety and overall economic health. Those running for office, you can't just gloss over this data and ignore what the community is saying and their concerns for you, who you serve.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, you may begin.
Okay, I don't have long to say this, but Tom, that was
Reverend Shoemake that made that statement. I was here then. That's almost 50 years ago that I was here. And that was a statement he made. If you do what you always done, you'll always get what you always gotten. So that was Reverend Shoemake. And the rest of you guys that made the statement, what you guys saying is really right. It's true. You look at the bright side because that's what you want to look at. But when you live the dark side, nothing else is out there at light for you. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
I think that brings us to the end of our agenda. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Reports of officers.
Right.
Referrals to staff and general reports, including AB 1, 2, 3, 4 reports.
I'm sorry, Pam, go ahead. What?
I have a report.
Oh, okay. Why don't you go ahead and then I'll.
Okay. Okay, I'd just like to invite the public to our next council meeting, which we'll be holding our third public hearing regarding redistricting. And we'll be reviewing the draft maps that residents have submitted. And the public hearing will start at 7 p.m. That's it.
And I have an announcement. I will be in Washington, D.C. at the U.S. Conference of Mayors next week. So Vice Mayor Johnson will preside at the council meeting.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to ask for an adjournment at the appropriate time.
Okay, let's get the announcements out of the way and then we'll go to adjournments. Vice Mayor Johnson?
No, I also had a memorial adjournment as well. So that's why my hand is up.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes, I'd like to announce that Martin Luther King Day of Service, I will be on the Greenway with many other Richmond residents who believe that serving the city of Richmond is the right thing to do. So Urban Tilk will be there. And many other organizations will be there. So I'm inviting everyone to show up and serve our city.
Okay.
Starting at 10.
Okay, adjournments. Who was first? Councilmember Bates?
I'll yield to the vice mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Much appreciated, Councilmember Bates. I wanted to adjourn in the memory of my great aunt, Ora Givens, also known as Jim Dandy. She was born July 3rd, 1933, and died on December 19th of 2021. We laid her to rest on December 29th, and I will just say that 4th of July will never be the same without my aunt. So I just wanted to adjourn in her memory.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I like to ask the meeting be adjourned. And one of the greatest African Americans in the history of the United States, Sidney Poitier, who was the first African American to receive an Emmy Award, and just made all of us proud in terms of his accomplishments as an actor and as a human being. Other than, I guess, president, I cannot think of another African American that has contributed as significantly as Sidney Poitier, and made all our African Americans, as well as white Americans, very proud of his achievements and his acting and humanitarian contribution. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Well said. And I have a final one maybe. This is for Paul Dees. Paul was a longtime Richmond resident and a member of the Commission on Aging, and he recently passed away. I don't have the dates or any other information. So does anybody else have anything else before we adjourn? Okay, going once, going twice. Okay, have fun next week, Vice Mayor. I was gonna say I'll be thinking about you, but I won't be.
Yes, you will, Tom. Don't
Good
tell the
night,
people those lies.
everybody.
You always thinking about me.
All right.
Good night.
Everyone.
Good night, everyone.